The tiebreak, a rare and momentous occasion. The results often etched in Major League history.
It's over the wall. It's a home run for Bucky Dent.
The Rockies, relentless in September, now find October life, forcing the Padres into a one-game tiebreak. After 162 games, San Diego and Colorado need one more to complete the postseason picture. The equation is simple. Win. Punch your ticket to the postseason. Lose and spend the offseason wondering what could have been. Padres, Rockies. The NL wildcard tiebreaker is next on TBS.
Welcome to the beautiful Rocky Mountains in Colorado, where Rockies fans prepare for the one-game opportunity. The city is abuzz. And welcome to TBS's coverage of the National League wildcard tiebreaker from Coors Field in Colorado. It's the San Diego Padres and the Colorado Rockies. And what a wild scene it is here at Coors Field. Don Orsillo along with Joe Simpson, Craig Sager in a bit. Well, the San Diego Padres had their chances to get it done over the weekend. They couldn't do it, but Bud Black has saved his best for last. 19-game winner Jake Peavy.
And he did, Don. He had a choice to make whether or not to bring Jake back on short rest Sunday, but he turned it over to the rest of the Padres to try to get the job done for the wild card. They couldn't, including a Trevor Hoffman blown save on Saturday. But he does have Jake Peavy ready tonight on full rest. He's pitched twice against the Colorado Rockies this year. 14 innings, he's allowed only 2 runs to them, but 2 no decisions. He's in line to be a Triple Crown winner as a pitcher, and wins, ERA, and strikeouts. He is outstanding.
Well, certainly for a stretch of the season, it appeared the Colorado Rockies would not be here today, but it took 13 out of 14 wins down the stretch to get it done, and they are here today.
It's quite remarkable that they're even here. They were 6.5 games out of a wild card berth as late as September 15th, but then they got on quite a roll. They won 13 out of 14, including an 11-game winning streak. They were hitting on all cylinders, hitting, pitching, relief pitching, and great defense. This is the best defensive club in the major leagues. During that 13-1 stretch, they put up some amazing numbers, including runs per game. They're averaging 6.6 runs per game over that stretch, a very good ERA. And oh yeah, by the way, during that 13-1 run, they swept the Padres in San Diego, so this Rockies bunch is coming in very confident right now.
The 7th one-game playoff ever. It doesn't get any better than this. The winner moves on. Welcome back to Coors Field in Denver, Colorado, as the crowd is fired up for this one-game playoff. As you might imagine, tickets went very quickly today. Fans standing outside for a long time. 73 degrees to begin the ball game tonight. Very comfortable conditions on a beautiful night in Denver. Let's check out the San Diego Padres starting 9. Brian Giles leads it off in right field. Scott Hairston in left. Kevin Kuzmanov at third base. Adrian Gonzalez, the power in their lineup at first base, with Khalil Green at shortstop. Josh Bard does the catching. Jeff Blum at second base, with Brady Clark manning center field. Mike Cameron out of there. And Jake Peavy, the pitcher, bats ninth. On the mound for the Colorado Rockies is Josh Fogg.
And he's an interesting guy. He loves the big stage. He's not afraid to take the ball. 30 years old, 6 feet 205. His teammates have been calling him the Dragon Slayer. This year in matchups with aces, he's beaten Roy Oswalt, Kurt Schilling, Mike Mussina, and Brandon Webb. He has been good in tough games. He'll have to be good tonight because Jake Peavy, you don't figure to give up too many runs. Sinker, slider, changeup. He gets a lot of ground ball outs.
Well, you talk about momentum heading into this one-game opportunity and perhaps beyond into the postseason, and the Rockies certainly have that. Sometimes comes down to the team who plays the best at the end of the year, and tough to quarrel with what the Rockies have done. The first pitch of this one to Brian Giles misses for ball 1. Giles has had a very good season leading off for the Padres. Better power numbers than you might expect from a leadoff guy. He's got 13 home runs on the year.
He's been a very important part of their offense lately, out of the leadoff spot because they're missing Milton Bradley with injury. They're missing
Cameron with injury. They really need a big night from Giles. They need a big night from Gonzalez and Khalil Green.
This is a Padres team that has certainly done it with pitching. Their offense not terrific. And when you're without Milton Bradley and without Mike Cameron, two big parts of their offense, they're going to try to get to Josh Fogg as best they can. There's a strike. And the count evens at 2-2 to Brian Giles.
Fogg started slowly like some of his teammates. He was 1-5 and had an ERA just under 5 on May 17th. He's gone 9-4 since.
Giles grounds it by the mound. Matsui is there. And there's one down in the first. Now, defense is something these Rockies do better than anybody in the National League. They have been fantastic, and something that Clint Hurdle talked about today before the game was that they took it very seriously a long time ago, and this team's defense is what they pride themselves on.
They only made 67 errors as a team this year, and the next closest to them in the National League was Pittsburgh with 83. In the American League, the Orioles the lowest, number 79.
One down here in the top of the first for Scott Hairston. Hairston they hoped would be a bit of a spark plug, and he has been since joining the Padres. 10 homers and 34 runs batted in.
He's been a great pickup after Arizona pretty much just let him go. He was barely hitting over 220 with the Diamondbacks, but he's played great with the Padres.
Well, just a 222 hitter as a member of the Diamondbacks. 76 games with Arizona. Now tonight getting the start in left field for the Padres. And breaking ball dropping in there for a strike.
Game like this, it's like a game 7 in the playoffs. No room for error. Every pitch important, every base runner important. A walk, even a 2-out walk, is a rally.
Swing and a miss. Fogg strikes out Hairston, 2 down in the first.
Fogg's not a guy that's going to strike out a lot of people. Just 89 on the year and 161 innings. But likewise, he's not going to walk a lot of guys either. Averages somewhere around 3 per 9 innings of work. He's going to be around the plate. He likes when he gets ahead to throw that slider right at right-handed hitters' hips and have them flinch a little bit and then have it break over the inside corner.
2 down here in the top half of the first inning. Kevin Kuzminov takes strike 1 from Josh Fogg. Kuzminov coming in, I think, safely in 11 of the last 12 games and overall 276 on the season. As he carves it foul and Fogg quickly ahead, 0-2.
Not a great disparity in these two teams in terms of record. Colorado had the season advantage 10 games to 8. They were 5-4 here against San Diego, 5-4 against them down at Petco Park.
The 0-2. Lifted in the air down the right field line. Brad Hopp with a late break going towards the line. That'll fall in for a hit. Stopping around the bag at first is Kuzminov as that one drops down between 3 pursuers. Hopp, Matsui, and Helton all in the area, but it drops fair down the right field line.
That'll give Kuzminov a little confidence because he's had a rough road trip for San Diego. Just 3 for his last 19 and just fought that ball off up and in. Found a nice place for it.
That breaks up a little bit of the momentum early on at Coors Field. Very loud after he got in the first 2 outs. Kuzminov has a drop in, and here's Adrian Gonzalez. He is effectively the power for the San Diego Padres. He brings with him 29 home runs and 96 runs batted in. Career high 45 doubles on the season for Adrian Gonzalez.
And like I said, with Giles in there, Gonzalez and Green, those are the 3 guys they're going to really rely on tonight. And if they win, when they advance to play the Phillies, they've got to have those guys really hot at the moment because they've got somewhat of a makeshift lineup.
And Fogg just missing and falling behind 2-0. Hurdle very proud of his crew heading into today's game. Certainly the momentum has been amazing. To be around this club over the last couple of weeks has been amazing.
A lot of young guys, a lot of homegrown talent on the Rockies, and they're also very proud of that. These guys kind of came up together, and Clint Hurdle called it almost like a frat house in the clubhouse.
You get the feeling he likes being around these young guys and tutoring some of these guys.
Oh, yeah. They're all such good athletes and good-looking hitters.
Fogg has fallen behind 3-0, but he gets the strike in there to Adrian Gonzalez, and it's 3-1.
Obviously, the Padres did not want to be here. They wanted to clinch things in Milwaukee. The Brewers had other thoughts. Funny how a guy named Gwynn spoiled things for the Padres on Saturday.
In the hands and fouled off, and it's a full count. Adrian Gonzalez has been extremely good on the road for the Padres. He leads the majors and has a single season club record with 51 road extra base hits.
And he's hit in 13 of his last 17. He's been a hot hitter. Keep an eye here for Fogg. He's not afraid to pitch left-handers inside, and a little bit like Padres pitcher Greg Maddux, he'll run the fastball back over the inside corner if you give up on it.
Swing and a miss, strikes him out to end the first. Fogg strikes out a pair. Padres leave Kuzman off at first. Rockies coming up. Padres can't score in the top of the first inning. Rockies coming up in the bottom of the first inning. Let's check out their starting lineup. Kaz Matsui leads it off at second base. Troy Tulowitzki at shortstop with Matt Holliday in left. Todd Helton at first base. Garrett Atkins at third with Brad Hopp in right field. Ryan Spielborg's in center field. Yorvit Torrealba does the catching, and Josh Fogg, the pitcher, bats ninth. On the mound for the Padres, it's Jake Peavy.
Rockies have their work cut out for this guy. 91 to 96 in his fastball. Good slider. He likes to establish his fastball early in the count and early in the ball game. Clint Hurdle said before the ball game they will look to be aggressive early in the count against him.
As Matsui leading it off and taking a ball high. 7 hits in his last 37 at bats for Matsui. 4 homers, 36 RBIs to go along with the .287 average. Yeah, he sliced it foul to even the count at 1-1.
Peavy, 26 years old, 6'1", 185 out of Mobile, Alabama. 4-4 lifetime against the Rockies, 3-3 in this ballpark. Electric stuff.
Off the outside edge, and it's 2-1. Kaz Matsui missing 10 games in the middle of September with a right hamstring strain. Except for the injury on an infield single. Really right center for a base hit. Over is Brian Giles to cut it off, but heading for second base is Matsui.
Matsui put a good swing on this. Looked like a fastball on the inside third. They wanted it down and away, and it came right back over the heart of the plate. Nice short swing by Matsui to drive it back through the middle too, and a good start for the Rockies. Peavy typically likes to work his fastball most in the early part of the ball game, maybe go to the slider in the second inning.
Troy Tulowitzki, a broken bat pop-up foul backing out of play.
He doesn't like to show all his pitches to everybody early in the ball game. It's one of the things that makes him very effective. But everything works off the fastball, and it is a good one.
Bud Black talking before the game that there will be some early nerves for Jake Peavy. Troy Tulowitzki, the 24 homers, 98 runs batted in. Part of this high-powered Colorado offense.
And how about this game, Don? I mean, we got the National League Pitcher of the Month for September, Peavy on the mound. We got the National League Player of the Month on deck in Holliday. We got a guy at the plate who's vying, and maybe the odds-on favorite for the Rookie of the Year award.
Slaps the 0-2 foul backing out of play.
Tulowitzki got off to a horrible start this year. A guy the Rockies were counting on heavily, but Clint Hurdle stuck with him, and he said he just has that look and that attitude about him that, hey, no worries, I'll get it going, and he sure did.
Two missing, and it's 1-2 now to Tulowitzki. Just one hit in his last 12 at bats. And the 24 home runs for him, and the most ever by a National League rookie shortstop. Second most by any rookie shortstop, only behind Nomar Garciaparra. Up the middle, ranging is Green. He dives, can get it, but can do nothing with it. Matsui to third, and it's first and third now with nobody out.
One of the things that's made Tulowitzki so good in the last 2/3 of the season is batting second. He'll shorten his swing like he does right here, just to try to put wood on the ball in an effort to get, in this case, Matsui over to third base. Almost got a base hit for his efforts, but he did the job getting the runner to third, and he's aboard too. Very good situational hitter.
Well, here comes a guy that's going to battle Jimmy Rollins for MVP votes. And the Rockies fans casting their vote. He started the season red hot and hasn't really cooled down at any point. He's been battling an oblique injury lately and missed just a couple of games last week. And it takes ball one from Jake Beebe.
Leads the league in hitting at .340. 3 points better than Chipper Jones. Keep in mind these stats count for regular season numbers, and he's 1 RBI behind Ryan Howard for the league lead.
Beebe falling behind 2-0.
Holliday's had good numbers against him too, 6 for 15. That might be part of why Jake is trying real hard not to make a mistake here.
Can't get the corner, and it's 3-0. Bud Black wants to know where that was.
Tim McClellan, the home plate umpire, typically a hitter's umpire, small zone.
Green light. 3-0, and Holliday fouls it off.
Good pitch. 93 on that fastball, ran it in on his hands. Even 3-0, he couldn't get around on it. Part of the reason Holliday's leading the league in hitting, and one of the reasons he's got a great chance to win the title, is that he's raised his average 10 points in the last 11 days with some good work.
Is it safely in 11 of the last 12 games as he takes ball 4. And the Rockies right out of the gate tonight have a bases loaded, nobody out situation against Jake Beebe.
Don, this might be the ball game for the Rockies because of the toughness and durability of Jake Peavy. You got to take advantage of opportunities.
Darren Balsley makes his way to the mound, the pitching coach for the Padres. Let's check in with Craig Sager.
Well, following up on what Joe was talking about the aggressive hitting by the Colorado Rockies, Clint Hurdle did say we won 13 of our last 14 games by outscoring our opponent by 50 runs. He goes, anytime you get behind a pitcher, the pitcher has the advantage, of course, but particularly Peavy. He says he has 2 wipeout pitches. One, obviously, a devastating slider. The other, a great fastball with movement. According to Clint Hurdle, take your cuts early. Do not fall behind. Do not wait looking for a pitch. Let's be aggressive and score and get to him early.
That's right, Craig. You get a first pitch fastball from this guy that's a strike. Go after it.
Todd Helm with the bases loaded. Takes strike 1 as Peavy's able to get ahead of him.
Threw him a changeup. That's his 3rd pitch, and usually doesn't use it too often. In fact, uses it rarely early in the ball game. But a terrific first pitch to Helton.
Well, Mazzari's feasted on San Diego pitching, hitting at .340 against the Padres in his career. After the 0-1, drives it to center field. Brady Clark backing up. Makes the catch shy of the track. Plenty deep enough for everybody to tag and try to move up. A run in for the Rockies, who take the 1-0 lead as everybody does advance a base. On the sacrifice fly for Todd Helton, it's the Rockies who strike first.
Another pitch out over the plate and hittable. And Peavy, fortunate this went to the deepest part of the ballpark. one of the things you'll probably see tonight, not just here in the first inning, but later on, fly balls to the gaps here. If there's a runner at first or second, Rockies are going to advance. That's a deep, cavernous outfield, and they can take advantage of the depth of this ballpark.
Already saw a little bit of that on the base hit to right center for Matsui to begin the inning. He ended up at second base, as Brian Giles was able to cut it off initially. As Garrett Atkins stands in with his 25 home runs, 110 runs batted in.
He's been their hottest hitter lately. He's averaged up to 299, hitting .405 over his last 61 games.
Really struggled at the beginning of the season, but .345 in the second half of the season as he carves it foul off to the right. A .259 before the break and the .345 after the break.
He's one of those guys, and I know you've seen a lot of them, Don, where they start with an open stance, but a lot of guys with an open stance will really close up as they come back to the plate. He doesn't do it quite as drastically, and he recognizes inside pitches readily so that he doesn't jam himself.
20th pitch of the inning, and it is into left field, a base hit for Garrett Atkins. Tulowitzki will score, and the Rockies take the 2-0 lead as Atkins drives in the second run.
Good piece of hitting here. Watch him reach out and get this pitch. Slider, looking for something out away from him. Hit it off the end of the bat, kind of one-handed it out over Khalil Green. The Rockies don't have a lot of team speed, but they've got a lot of guys with average speed. And Holliday, for a big man, runs pretty well. He's at third base.
So first and third now, one down. Brad Hopp, the batter. And Peavy's behind him. Bud Black said before the game Peavy would be between 110 and 120 pitches. That's where he's been all season long. 21 first inning pitches so far, and he's only got one out.
He's falling behind some of these big thumpers for Colorado, and when he's been ahead in the count, he can't put them away.
Brad Hopp, one of the Rockies who has had success against Jake Peavy. 6 for 14 at .429 against Peavy. All 2 strikes now to Hopp.
Showed you those numbers at the beginning of the broadcast. Rockies averaging over 6.5 runs per game in this stretch. They've won 13 out of 14. This guy has 8 multi-hit games in his last 11. They're all hot at the same time.
Pops it up, foul ground as Kuzmanov extends in the foul ground and makes the catch. Not deep enough down the left field line for Holliday to try it, and there's 2 down. So 2 down, and it brings up Ryan Spielborgs. You brought up a good point a couple moments ago, Joe, that you got to get to Peavy early, because if you don't, you may not get to him at all.
He may settle in and not give you anything the rest of the night. He's capable of basically no hitting you the rest of the way. So when you get these opportunities, the Rockies have, they've at least put 2 on the board. You had to do that.
Now towards right center field, Brady Clark is over and under to make the catch that will end the inning. But for the Rockies, they strike twice in the bottom of the first. Colorado on top, 2-0.
Yeah, baby, number one.
The Rockies get to Peavy for 2 in the bottom of the first inning as we head to the top half of the second. Khalil Green leads it off. As Fogg go through the first inning, allowing just a base hit. He did have a pair of strikeouts in the first. Well, Green second among all major league shortstops, 97 RBIs on the season.
Yeah, the guy at shortstop for the Rockies has 98.
What a year it has been for Troy Tulowitzki.
Gerald Green's one of my favorite players in the National League because he's so unassuming, doesn't like the limelight, just plays hard, puts up good numbers. He looks like somebody's kid brother who had to wear his brother's bigger uniform and then shows up and outplays everybody. Solid all-around player. And can really put a charge in the ball for a guy that appears to be small in height but very strong, and he has a great swing that's mostly driven by his hands. He's hit 3 homers on this road trip for the Padres.
Riding a 6-game hitting streak coming into tonight's action. As Fogg already with his 3rd strikeout strikes out Green to open up the 2nd. Now TBS is your home for all of the postseason. We come to you tonight from Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. It's the San Diego Padres and the Colorado Rockies. Don Orsillo, Joe Simpson, along with Craig Sager in this 1-game playoff, just the 7th ever. And the first since 1999. A strike to Josh Bard, the switch hitting catcher for the Padres.
Well, the 2 runs in the bottom of the 1st have shifted all the pressure, all the weight over to the Padres offense. They've got to do something with Josh Fogg to cover up those 2 runs and bail their pitcher out.
Very important for the Padres to have gotten a lead. We've talked a great deal about their offense and in some ways the lack thereof.
It's been a pitching dominated ball club, both starting and relieving.
Bard fouls the 1-1 off, finds himself down 1-2. It seems as if Josh Fogg has been ahead of just about everybody so far tonight.
Well, he's confident. Now he's got 2 runs to work with. He's feeling pretty good about himself. Let's see if he's the Dragon Slayer again tonight and adds Jake Peavy to his list.
Well, you mentioned earlier wins against Schilling, Mussina, Webb, Young, Lowe. As this one fouled back. Pretty impressive number of aces that he's been matched up against this season and has been successful against. And some of his best outings certainly have come against the major's best. A tough start to the season. He was 1-5 with a 4.53 earned run average, but he's worked his way back into double figures in wins, 10-9. So 4 out of 6 first pitch strikes. All right, staying alive.
This Padres team, part of their issues offensively have been just lack of getting on base. They're 15th in the league as a team in on base percentage, and they strike out a lot.
Down and in, and it evens up now at 2-2.
Good stop by Torrealba there. That's one thing that you can keep an eye on tonight for the Rockies catcher. He's outstanding at blocking pitches in the dirt.
Fogg has already struck out 3 in an inning into 3rd. Bard's turning a pretty good at bat as he fouls off yet another. The Padres have posted a winning road record for the 2nd consecutive year and the 9th time in franchise history. So they are 42-39 away from Petco Park. To left field, opposite field base hit for Josh Bard. Nice at bat, 8th pitch of the at bat, and he works a 1-out single.
Great at bat. Fouled off some very tough pitches, laid off a pitch biting in on his shoe tops, and stayed on this pitch running away from him. Well done.
So 1 down, Bard at first. And here's Jeff Blum, switch hitting second baseman for the Padres.
He's pretty much been the regular second baseman since Marcus Giles hurt his knee. Giles is back off the disabled list and active, but Blum's been going pretty good. 8 for 23 on this trip.
This is a fly ball to right field. Brad Hopp ranges over. And makes the catch for out number 2. Well, Blum retired. Bard back to first.
One thing about this ballpark, if you've seen Coors Field before, you know it's a large ballpark in dimensions, but the ball jumps here, especially to right center field. Fogg's given up 22 homers, so those sinkers that don't sink will go a long way if he makes a mistake.
Does it jump less with the humidor factor these days than it did at one time?
Yes, most definitely. The Rockies have a humidor now where they store the baseballs that will be used in games, and it's made them, you know, there's very little humidity here. It's put some humidity in that humidor to make the balls, I think, a little bit softer. They're not like rock hard pellets anymore, so the ball's not traveling quite as far.
On the ground sharply to third. Atkins picks it. On the throw and plenty of time to get Clark. Second straight inning, the Padres have left a base runner. Inning and a half done. 2-0 Colorado. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Torrealba leads it off here in the last half of the second and carves it foul back into the seats. And a hot shot down the left field line. There's Torrealba, Fogg, and Matsui to face Jake Peavy here in the second, who's trying to settle into this outing after a rocky first. No pun intended. As he threw 25 pitches and gave up 2 runs in the first inning.
And hopefully he's got his emotions under control now where he can pitch like Jake Peavy. Torrealba struggled against San Diego this year, but a lot of hitters have with this good pitching staff the Padres have. Torrealba is hitting $135 against him. But don't make a mistake, Torre.
Down the line in left field. Back and gone. There's the mistake you may mention. Torrealba's 8th home run of the year puts the Rockies on top 3-0.
Peavy made a couple of mistakes in the first inning, but he makes a big one here. Like a slider that was just hanging out over the inside part of the plate, no bite to it at all. Might have been a changeup that didn't move, but again, this guy, a good mistake hitter, Torrealba, and he made him pay.
And now Josh Fogg, the pitcher. Bat goes flying. Look out. In behind the Padres dugout. So loses the handle on that one. So everybody's all right down there. We'll grab that on the fly. Fogg, a 119 career hitter, as he taps it foul and hangs at 0-2. Jake Peavy trying to become the Major's second 20-game winner. Of course, to Josh Beckett of the Red Sox. Here's strike 3 as Fogg strikes out. First strikeout of the night for Jake Peavy.
And it comes at the hands of the pitcher. So that is an off night for Jake. He struck out against the Rockies in 14 innings this year, struck out 11. And again, only allowed 2 runs to them in 2 starts prior to tonight.
There's Kaz Matsui, who got it all started in the first inning for the Rockies with a double. And he came around to score their first run. Peavy trying to become the first Padre pitcher to win 20 games since Gaylord Perry won 21 back in 1978. Blum takes care of Matsui at first base, and there's 2 down. 2 down, and here comes Troy Tulowitzki.
You mentioned Jimmy Rollins earlier tonight, Don, and certainly it looks like it's come down to Holliday and Rollins for the MVP, but This guy's name might be mentioned in those ranks in coming years. He's quite a talent. Can hit with power, and a terrific shortstop with good range and a strong arm.
22-year-old drafted 7th overall in the first round in 2005 and declared the opening day starter right out of the gate. Certainly garner a lot of votes for Rookie of the Year. You also have Ryan Braun, of course, of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Tulowitzki right now 3rd all-time for rookie shortstops home runs. Garcia-Parra, I think you mentioned, with 30.
Yes.
Cal Ripken had 28 his rookie year, and Tulowitzki now with 24.
This one skips in and evens the count now at 2-2 to Tulowitzki.
When you listen to Clint Hurdle talk about Tulowitzki, it's as if this guy's the team leader. I mean, he's the one that stirred everybody up. He's the one that knows how to kind of get on everybody's nerves a little bit to create an edge.
There's strike 3 as Peavy regains a little bit of his prowess, able to strike out Tulowitzki. A home run for Torrealba has given the Rockies a 3-0 advantage. The tiebreaker for the National League wild card back in Colorado, where it's been the Rockies so far out of the gate on top 3-0, and a slippery bat again for another pitcher. First Fogg and now Peavy.
Dangerous spot to be over there behind the Padres dugout. It's always amazing how a guy wearing 2 batting gloves and having pine tar all over his bat can still lose the grip on the bat. Apparently everybody's okay.
The battle for the bat over there as Peavy grounds it foul outside of 3rd and is down 0-2.
Pretty good hitting pitcher. 16 hits on the year, 4 doubles, a triple.
And Bud Black was talking about him. He loves to hit, loves this part of the game. This is on the ground, back up the middle, and by the dive of Tulowitzki into center field. So Peavy trying to jumpstart his Padres offense here as a leadoff base hit to begin the 3rd.
Everything is a rally again. In games like this, it doesn't matter how you get on, just get on base, put some pressure on the defense, put some pressure on the pitcher to make him think about you a little bit. Maybe you'll make a mistake to one of the position players.
There's Ryan Giles, who grounded out to second base first time up, the recipient of strike 1 from Fogg. I'm talking about Fogg's nickname that has kind of taken on some juice here in the second half of the season. Dragon Slayer. And he's led his team to wins over Arizona, San Diego, Los Angeles twice in the last 5 starts. He's been a guy who has been better on the road than at home. 4.15 ERA on the road compared to 5.66 here at Coors Field. But that is not unusual for a pitcher on the Rockies staff.
There it is. And one of the more popular players in their clubhouse yesterday, after they won to earn this spot in the tiebreaker, Josh Holliday says, "Oh, but we've got Fogg going tomorrow." Very much tongue-in-cheek.
Has faced San Diego on September 9th, giving up just 1 earned run in 5 innings, but he did allow 7 hits and 3 walks, wiggled out of some situations.
All you got to do is have the opponents put the ball in play with this defense, and they'll get some outs for you.
Giles with a swing and a miss.
Jamie Quirk, bench coach for the Rockies, was telling me before the game, he said, you know, if you check, and I did, they have the fewest number of wild pitches in the league, thanks to Torrealba's ability to block balls. He said that keeps runners at first base, keeps us in double play situations, cuts down big innings.
Well, sends it down the right field line, foul. And it's a full count.
Rockies infield defense is very special. Everybody has good range. Of course, Todd Helton at first base has won some Gold Gloves. Their outfield is okay. It's average, but they don't make any mistakes. They throw to the right bases. They've been convinced by the coaching staff not to try to throw everybody out. Get the ball in, keep runners in scoring position, and let the pitchers do their work. Brad Hawk there, one of the best arms in the game in right field.
This has been without Willie Tavares. Boards in centers. Giles walks, and all of a sudden the first two Padres have reached here in the top half of the third. First walk allowed by Josh Fogg.
Take a little sting out of the 3-0 deficit at the moment, at least giving them a little bit of encouragement here. Thanks to Peavy getting it started.
Scott Hairston, acquired from Arizona, made an immediate impact, hitting 3 home runs in his first 2 games with the Padres. Strike one from Josh Fogg.
Neither one of these managers bunt very much except with their pitchers, and neither one steals a lot. They don't hit and run much. They pretty much play it station to station and let the hitters hit.
Broken bat looper into short right field. Hop was deep, and that'll fall in. Quick snap throw to second base, trying to get the force out there. It's late, and the bases are loaded all of a sudden for the Padres with nobody out. It was Jake Peavy that got it started with a single.
This is a very typical Coors Field single with the spacious outfield. A lot of ground to cover. Too much ground to cover there for Hop on that little blooper. Just acres, it seems like, and acres of ground to cover out there for the 3 outfielders. 390 to left center. 375, but it drops back quickly by the bullpens in right center to 415 to straightaway center. Here's that opportunity we're talking about that the Rockies took advantage of against Peavy. Golden opportunity here for the Pods.
So the 50th pitch for Fogg, and it's Kevin Kuzminoff who takes ball 1. Kuzminoff coming over from Cleveland for second baseman Josh Barfield in the offseason. Off to an abysmal start to begin the year. This one in the air to shallow left center. Holliday on the move. Will get there to make the catch. Spins and fires towards third base. No advance for the runner at third and Peavy. And there's one down.
There's what I'm talking about. Holliday was willing to concede the run. He's been well schooled not to try to do too much out there. He got himself in a good position to throw back to third to try to keep runners at first and second. But the Padres didn't know he was going to do that, and Peavy bluffed coming home and stopped. He could have scored standing up.
The Padres still not on the board, and here's Adrian Gonzalez, a strikeout victim in the first. 3 strikeouts on the night so far for Josh Fogg. Gonzalez to deep right field. Back goes Hop. At the wall, it's gone. Grand slam for Adrian Gonzalez. His 30th home run of the year, and erases a 3-run deficit with a grand slam.
My goodness, what a turnaround that is. He was just 3 for 12 with the bases loaded this year. A low sinker, but I was talking earlier about how sinkers that don't sink can go a long way. That one kind of tumbled up there and didn't do much, and he launched it.
A little left for Khalil Green. That's in for a hit. Matt Holliday over quickly to play it. It'll hold Green to just a single. All of a sudden, the Padres have taken a 4-3 advantage. And they got a point to their pitcher, Jake Peavy, who got it all started with a base hit back up the middle. After Fogg had retired the Padres in the first 2 innings without giving up a run. Bob Apodaca, the pitching coach, out quickly now for the Rockies.
And it wasn't a special line drive base hit by Peavy. It was actually, he kind of stepped back and then slapped at the ball, found a hole up the middle, And again, it goes to postseason rallies. Anytime you get a runner on base, something might happen and gives you a little confidence.
There is action for the first time in the Rockies pen. Taylor Buchholz up in the pen for the Rockies.
But think how Jake Peavy must feel right now, being given a new life.
Well, Josh Bard going the opposite way, and that is in for a hit. Holliday over into the corner to play it as Khalil Green heads for third base. Bard's to second with a double.
The mistakes that Jake Peavy was making in the first couple of innings now are being made by Josh Fogg. That pitch was up, out over the plate, and another good piece of hitting by Bard, who had a great at bat his first time up, fouling off a lot of pitches, and just took what Fogg gave in there and went the other way with it. Nicely done.
Well, runners at second and third. The Rockies will bring the infield in with Jeff Blum coming up. 54 pitches now total for Fogg. They will intentionally walk Blum with first base open. And take their chances with Brady Clark, who waits on deck.
Clark has been the guy that's been filling in the most for Cameron since he got hurt. And a guy will give you a good at bat, put the ball in play. But with this Rockies defense again, no reason not to load him up and hope that you can get a ground ball to get out of the inning with a double play. But what a turnaround. One swing of the bat after the Padres had loaded him up. And as mentioned before the game, Giles, Gonzalez, and Green, the keys to this ball club right now. They've got to carry them offensively.
And the guy that has carried them with the pop all season long as far as the home run ball goes, Adrian Gonzalez, is the guy that gives him the grand slam. Erases the 3-run deficit and gives him a 1-run advantage. And the Padres offense is very much awake. A bases loaded situation with still just 1 down in the inning. Clark, the 9th man to bat here in the 3rd inning. Grounded to short. Tulowitzki to second for 1. On to first, but it's not in time, and the run in the back door. From third comes Khalil Green. And the Padres take a 5-3 lead.
Good hustle by Jeff Blum to break it up. Matsui didn't get anything on this throw. Blum was all over him. He was a little off balance after he came across the bag to make the throw. And Blum was right in his face. That saved a run.
So the RBI for Brady Clark is 11th of the season. And there's Jake Peavy, who's single to get it started. He sends one foul off to the right. This extremely loud crowd. You can now hear a pin drop here at Coors Field.
Took him right out of it, didn't he?
Wow. They're at a fever pitch right out of the gate tonight, and the Rockies reacted with 2 first-inning runs. The home run by Yorvit Torrealba. And the second to give him a 3-0 advantage. But San Diego has scored 5 times so far here in the 3rd. They're trying to rally behind Josh Fogg now, as he's jumped ahead of Jake Peavy, 0-2. Josh Bard at third, Brady Clark at first base. There are 2 outs in the inning.
Peavy trying to help himself again. He got the rally started. He'd like to bring another run in. Again, 4 doubles and a triple for him this year. Just 14 strikeouts too, Don. That's a very low number for him in 70 at bats for a pitcher.
Matsui is there to make the catch back a second that ends the inning, but it's a 5-run inning for the Padres, a 5-3 San Diego advantage. Now let's send it to Ernie Johnson in Atlanta for a TBS game break.
All right, thank you, Don. It is indeed a TBS game break. Ernie Johnson and Cal Ripken, and I'm not going to say, hey, here's Cal Ripken. We got to have some intro video. This would only be appropriate, playing 21 seasons, Rookie of the Year in '82 and World Championship in '83. Nearly 3,200 hits in his career. Of course, 2,632 straight games. Baseball's Iron Man. You think with credentials like that, somebody would vote this guy into the Hall of Fame, and indeed that happened in 2007. Nice to see you. It's great to have you here for the postseason, which begins Wednesday here on TBS, and you've done a lot of things in your career, but never played in a game 163. Going into this one, though, you were relying on some knowledge of Coors Field and the thin air back from your playing days.
Well, I thought maybe the shadows might play a role because of the start time, but it doesn't seem like it has. And the thin air, a lot of people talk about the home run balls, but I remember when I came in there for the All-Star game, my little fish throw wouldn't break. And so breaking balls are affected by the thin air as well. It looked like Jake Peavy was having problems with his breaking ball because normally that's a nasty breaking ball that strikes out hitters. And it seems like he's struggling with it. Staying in the middle of the plate, a little ground ball up the middle here. It doesn't quite get through a seeing eye hit. Another breaking ball here to Todd Helton that hits for a long sac fly. It doesn't seem to have that same bite on it. A breaking ball here gets off the end of the bat for another run-scoring signal. And right here, maybe he's trying to take a little off of this, or this could be a changeup, but this goes for a home run.
Your Victorialba goes deep there, and so the Rockies were sitting pretty 3-0. Right now, though, it is 5-3, and this is the position the Padres wanted to be in. Make the Rockies play from behind against a guy tough like Jake Peavy.
Well, absolutely. It seems like Jake had righted himself a little bit, struck out the last two hitters in the last inning, and the Padres would like to have a 2-run lead for Jake.
Brand new ball game, 5-3, as we go back to Coors Field. Don?
Okay, Ernie, thank you very much, and thank you, Hall of Famer Cal Ripken. Some good points by Cal.
Exactly, and to address what he was talking about with the shadows, he's exactly right. You start a game this time in the afternoon anywhere, you figure the shadows would be a factor, but these hitters were very thankful that it was cloudy when the game started, so there weren't the shadows you would normally expect for a 5:30 start in Denver, and the hitters were all very happy about that, and maybe the runs and the hits so far kind of illustrate that.
We're ready for the last half of the third inning. Matt Holliday, Todd Helton, and Garrett Atkins, 3, 4, and 5. For the Rockies, Jake Peavy has got a fresh slate now. He has a 2-run lead to work with after allowing 3 runs over the first 2 innings. And quickly is Josh Bard out to talk to Peavy, who falls behind Holliday 2-0.
And what Cal was saying is also correct about grip on the baseball at altitude and how the ball feels slick. Hard to get a real good grip on the baseball, whether you're pitcher or catcher or infielder, doesn't matter.
I want to talk to you about the philosophy of these Rockies, which has changed over the years. And it appears now they may have it right and are headed in the right direction. And this year is certainly a part of that. But in the past, they've tried all kinds of things, bringing in like ground ball type pitchers, trying to take care of this situation in the ballpark in which they play.
And they've got it right, I think, now. They spent a lot of money and at times overspent on veteran pitchers that they thought might be able to come in and be sinker ball guys like you're talking about. It just didn't work. They're developing their own now and pretty much going with a lot of power guys. Josh Fogg not included in that. He came over from another organization.
Well, he shoots it out towards Jeff Blum. On to first for the first out of the inning.
But this used to be like playing on a pool table on the infield, and it's not anymore. They've let the grass grow up a little bit. It kills the ball. Even in the outfield, the grass is a little bit deeper. So at least if you do get the ball hit on the ground, it slows it up some.
There's one down here in the third inning, and it brings up Todd Helton. And a sacrifice fly in the first inning to pick up his 90th RBI. Now hits a towering fly ball to right. Giles back, and that is gone. Todd Helton's gone deep for the 17th time this season, and it's a 1-run game. It's 5-4 Padres.
This guy wants to get to the postseason more than any other Rocky. As long as he's played, he's never been in a postseason ball game, and he's trying his best already with 2 RBIs to put the Rockies there. Not too many teams are pitching him inside anymore. They're making him go away, hit the ball the other way, try to take some of his power away. He got one down and in there and just golfed it.
Only 5-4 Padres lead. An offensive attack for both sides early in this one as Garrett Atkins singled his first time up to drive in a run as Todd Helton has gone deep for the 17th time. Helton with 2 RBIs already in the game, now 91 on the season.
Peavy only gave up 11 home runs all year. He's given up 2 tonight already.
A solo shot by Yorvit Torrealba in the second inning. Peavy falling behind 3-1.
Only one other time all year did Peavy allow more than 1 home run in a game, and that was against Arizona September 5th. He gave up 2.
Now a walk to Garrett Atkins. Second walk tonight allowed by Jake Peavy.
Was it just me, or did it seem like he was fast forwarding there? He just really picked up his pace, didn't he?
I think so.
Really working fast.
Well, Bud Black had originally said that Peavy would start yesterday against the Brewers on 3 days rest, but then decided against it, figuring the most important game that they would play would be the last one, and here they are in the 1-game playoff. Had it lined up the way he wanted. They expected a lot from Brett Tomko, started in his place, who obviously got the loss yesterday. Well, heading into this game feeling good when you got this guy on the mound. 19-6 coming into tonight's action, 2.36. And a chance, of course, for the Cy Young as there's the ball. And it's now 1-1. Struggled a little bit last year, like many pitchers, contributing to the extra work. Participating in the World Baseball Classic. Battled some shoulder tendonitis throughout the season. There's a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
He's had a sensational year this year. Odds-on favorite for the Cy Young Award, and as you said, going for his 20th win today.
Good strikeout numbers on the year, too.
And twice in the postseason, though, he has struggled. This is not considered postseason. But if you look at his numbers in the division series against the Cardinals in 05 and 06, an 0-2 record, a 12 ERA. Hard to put that together with the guy that we see this year and the numbers he's put up.
With a swing and a miss, Peavy able to strike him out. It's a 3rd strikeout for Jake Peavy, and there's 2 down.
That was a pretty snappy breaking ball. Let's take another look at that. Nice little break right there at the end. Tied him up inside. Good pitch. Maybe he's getting a little bit of a feel for it.
Two down. Garrett Atkins at first base. Ryan Spilborghs, who flied to center first time up with a swing and a miss. Well, for Peavy, he has credited Greg Maddux with his very good season, and already a very good pitcher, of course, but many of these Padres pitchers pointing to Greg Maddux for a great deal of assistance that he has added since being on the staff. Kuzmanov will go to second base for the force out there that ends the inning. Home run for Todd Helton. It's a 5-4 Padres lead. Make sure to watch the entire division series on TBS. Every game, every day. This is on the ground to Matsui, who fires on to first base to retire Brian Giles for the first out of the 4th inning. Well, it should be a very exciting postseason coming up. And of course, the winner of this game gets ready to take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Amazing. The Phillies, Jimmy Rollins said in spring training that they would be there at the end of the year and finish first. It took a little doing and a little losing for the New York Mets, but the Phillies get it done in the end.
Hey, he backed it up. Got to admire that. And I didn't really object to what he said, because he's basically trying to instill some confidence in his own ball club and say, let's go get it. And yeah, they did get some help. That colossal collapse by the Mets was never expected. But that's what happened over the last 17 games. The Mets had a 7-game lead. And the Phillies chased them down.
Scott Hairston bats with 1 out here in the top half of the 4th inning. Topsy-turvy beginning to this one. Yes. The Rockies had amassed a 3-0 advantage. Padres storming back with 5 runs in the 3rd inning. A big blast, the grand slam by Adrian Gonzalez. The Rockies get a run back on the home run by Helton. And it's a 5-4 Padres lead as they bat with 1 out here in the 4th inning. Hairston backs out.
Phillies team playing a lot like the Rockies right now with a lot of adrenaline. They're on a good roll. Going into the postseason, playing maybe the best baseball of the year.
You look at all the wild card teams that have gone on to win world championships. Of course, the Marlins, the Red Sox, the Angels. And those are teams that have to kind of fight at the end to get in. It seems like playing great at the end of the year is a big plus heading into the postseason.
I think it is. I think it's a whole lot better for ball clubs to enter postseason that way than kind of resting on your laurels, running away and leaving teams and coasting to the finish line. It's kind of hard to turn that competitive button on when you get to the postseason if you've coasted home.
1-2 pitch is strike 3 to Hairston, who disagrees with home plate umpire Tim McClellan. Here comes the 4th strikeout victim for Josh Fogg. 2 down.
Check out the pitch. Too close to take. Fogg, there's that pitch. Threw it right at his hip, made him flinch, and then it'll break over the inside corner. That's what he likes to do when he gets ahead of the count to right-handed hitters.
2 down here in the 4th for Kevin Kuzmanov, who's 1 for 2 and slices 1 foul off to the right.
Good matchups in the American League too. Boy, they're Yankees and Indians, Red Sox and Angels. Those will be fun to watch too.
4 very good teams in the American League.
Of course, Cub fans everywhere are excited about their postseason chances after they chase down the Brewers.
It appeared like there for a while anybody wanted to take that division. Well, finally, the Chicago Cubs getting it done in the end. Rockies fans are ready, but first they have to get by the Padres. Moving off. And swing and a miss, and it's 2-2.
And not only that, if they get by the Padres, then they got to get past the Phillies. Good changeup. One of the few changeups he's thrown so far tonight, but that was a good one.
Well, trying to grab his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. And fouled off to the right, and will do it again with a count of 2-2.
For most of the year in the National League West, I think most people just looked at the Dodgers and the Padres as the 2 teams to beat. They would fight it out for the championship. Nobody really talked about the Diamondbacks and the Rockies, and they're the 2 teams that I think have surprised everybody. Great job by Bob Melvin.
Both young and exciting.
Yeah.
The 2-2. Welcome back to TBS coverage of the postseason that begins with this regular season game, a 1-game playoff at Coors Field in Colorado. As Yorvit Torrealba, who had homered in his first at bat, sends a fly ball out to right field, caught by Giles for the first out here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Jake Peavy would just like to have an easy inning. Even in the second, when he struck out a couple of guys, he gave up the home run to Torrealba. Had to work hard.
Well, deals with the opposing pitcher Josh Fogg, who is able to strike out in the second inning. Has only 3 strikeouts tonight. The reason I say only, Peavy's put up some pretty impressive strikeout numbers. He struck out 16 Diamondbacks back on April 24th. And at 26, he's already the Padres' career leader in strikeouts and in double-digit strikeout games. On the ground to Jeff Blum, ranges to his left, and there's 2 down.
Jake Peavy's a guy who normally works pretty fast, but tonight, last couple of innings, he's been a blur out there.
Trying to find some sort of rhythm after a very tough first inning. There's 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Back on top now for Kaz Matsui. Was doubled and grounded out 2 at bats against Peavy tonight.
Matsui will show you a bunt on occasion, but doesn't bunt too often. Just a couple of bunt hits so far on the year.
Breaking ball. And it's 2-0.
You're quite sure with Tim McClellan, you got to wait till
you sure do.
The big guy stands up.
There's ball 3. He has that hesitation like none other.
That's for sure.
There's a strike and it's now 3-1 to Matsui.
Jake Peavy only allowed a .203 batting average against him this year.
On the ground softly, Green charging. And the throw just in time to get Matsui, and Peavy enjoys his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. We've played 4 from Coors Field. It's 5-4 Padres. Back at Coors Field, the ice cream is flowing as the crowd is back into it once again. The Rockies trailing by a run to the Padres 5-4 as we head to the top half of the 5th inning. Adrius Gonzalez, who has been a difference maker in this one, a grand slam in the 3rd inning, which propelled the Padres over the Rockies. Now he drives one to right field, sending Brad Hott back onto the track. It all twisted up over the wrong shoulder. It appeared over his head and one hopped the wall. Now the long throw to second, and the dive into second base for Adrian Gonzalez, who's got himself a double. Hop appeared to get all tangled up and twisted up there in right field.
Yeah, in his home ballpark too. He just made a bad read off the bat and may have been a little bit surprised that this ball was hit as hard as it was. Hanging breaking ball, stayed up a little bit for Gonzalez. And this is not exactly the way Hop wanted to show off his strong throwing arm by misplaying a ball. And Clint Hurdle out to talk to Fogg. And he's going to make a change.
Fogg fresh off his 1-2-3 4th inning. That was the double by Adrian Gonzalez, and that's the night for Josh Fogg. The pitching change from Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Fans, log on to TBS Hot Corner at MLB.com as Padres relief pitcher Trevor Hoffman breaks down the art of pitching with Alyssa Milano. Our coverage on TBS continues of this National League Wild Card tiebreaker game. And it's a 5-4 Padres lead, a pitching change here in the top half of the 5th inning. Adrian Gonzalez has doubled to begin the inning, and the new pitcher is Taylor Buchholz.
He's a guy that started and also worked out of the bullpen. Better numbers as a reliever, a .277 ERA versus an ERA of almost 6 as a starter, and he's been hot lately. He's retired 17 of the last 23 guys he's faced and has not been scored on in his last 5 outings. So they need that to do the Rockies right now. They need to hold the Padres right where they are, already trailing 5-4.
Well, Josh Fogg leaving after 4+ innings. He's still responsible for Gonzalez, who's at second base, scattering 8 hits, walked 2, 1 intentionally, and struck out 5 batters.
Pretty amazing. He had 1 bad inning.
Yeah.
He gave up all the runs and hits in 1 inning, with the exception, well, not all the hits, 5 runs, 5 hits in 1 inning, and then followed it up in the 4th inning, a 1-2-3 inning with 2 strikeouts. There's Buchholz's numbers overall for the year: 60 strikeouts, 92 innings, just 20 walks.
Khalil Green will be the first batter that he faces. Adrian Gonzalez with a double to begin the inning. Gonzalez, of course, with the grand slam. Gonzalez now with 30 home runs, with the home run earlier in the game back in the third off Fogg. First Padre 30+ home runs and 100 RBIs since Phil Nevin back in 2001. Had 41 home runs that year and 126 runs batted in. So Gonzalez at second base, Khalil Green batting.
He will be trying to get him over to third base. Buchholz was in that deal that brought Willie Taveras from Houston to Colorado for Jason Jennings. It was very disappointing for Houston this year.
That's in there for a strike, and it's 1-1 to Khalil Green. Pops it up short right. Matsui is out as Hop comes in. It's Matsui who makes the catch over the shoulder and fires back into the infield. He retires Green for the first out.
A couple of nice slow over the top breaking balls, and then he ran a fastball in on him, and Khalil couldn't get around on it, couldn't get on top of it to hit it on the ground to the right side.
So Taylor Buchholz getting his first out. One down. Gonzalez still at second, and here's Josh Bard.
Bud Black in his first year as the manager of the Padres after a lot of successful years as the pitching coach for the Angels.
He was coveted by so many teams as a manager, but for years kind of passed it up until the right situation came along, and it appears this Padres situation was the right situation for Bud Black.
He's a San Diego guy. He grew up in the state of Washington, but he's a San Diego State alum and played with Tony Gwynn and Bobby Meacham, his first base coach. So this was a great opportunity for him, and he's done a great job so far this year.
After all those years as a very good pitching coach under Mike Scioscia, of course, with the Angels. And interesting is this one to left field. Matt Holliday is there, and he makes the catch for the second out. Gonzalez well, the inning off with a double, but he's still standing at second base with now 2 down.
And in games like this, games that Jake Peavy called, you know, we're starting our postseason now, and it's game 7. And in games of this import, you've got to get the little things done. You've got to move runners over and try to get that guy in from third, do the ABCs of baseball. And at least so far this inning, the Padres have not done that.
2 down for Jeff Blum, who's fly to right and was walked intentionally low the bases in the third inning. A strike from Taylor Buchholz, who's retired the first 2 batters he's faced since coming into the game.
Good breaking ball.
Runs it foul and jumps ahead of Blum, 0-2.
See if he sticks with his pattern, starting slow and finishing strong. Off-speed pitches early in the count, hard stuff late after he gets ahead.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Chuck Merriweather rings him up, third base umpire. Gonzalez's double is wasted. Padres take a 5-4 lead into the bottom of the 5th. This National League wildcard tiebreaker bringing out the stars. Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony in the house. As we head to the last half of the 5th inning.
These hitters wish that the one they're trying to hit was as big as a basketball.
Well, Jake Peavy has settled in and retired the last 5 batters in a row, fresh off his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. Promptly falls behind Troy Tulowitzki 2-0.
Heard the term throwback mentioned a lot about players, modern day players, and this the description for Tulowitzki. Tough kid and one of those that could easily put on some wool uniforms and fit right in back in the 40s or 50s, I think.
Listening to Clint Hurdle, certainly he feels very strongly about the leadership qualities of Troy Tulowitzki. Said edge and attitude are 2 things you can say about Tulowitzki, and he never saw any fear in his eyes at any point in spring training or any other time during the season.
And if there's a difference in that Rookie of the Year balloting or interest in terms of who's going to be the Rookie of the Year, Tulowitzki or Ryan Braun, the major difference is defense. Tulowitzki by far a better defensive player than the third baseman Braun, who at times struggled, especially with his throwing.
Payoff pitch to left center field, falling fast, and the dive in center off the glove of Clark. It'll be backed up by Hairston. The throw to second is not going to be in time. Tulowitzki in scoring position to begin the bottom of the 5th.
I thought that was going to be a hit all the way, but Clark really closed quickly on this ball. Just couldn't hang on to it. Big swing from Tulowitzki and hit it off the brand. Didn't go anywhere. And Clark almost came up with a spectacular catch just off the web of his glove. But now let's see if the Rockies can do what the Padres didn't. Getting a leadoff double. See if they can get him over and get him in.
We'll trail by a run. Nobody out here in the 5th. Matt Holliday trying to hold up. Did he go? They'll check. No, he did not offer, says Ed Montague. Field a base hit. Tulowitzki being waved around. The throw from Clark is cut off, and the game is tied.
But check out the swing, Don. This was not a guy who was up there to try to jack one out. He took an inside-out stroke to try to get that runner over. He did it one better. He got him in. He was thinking right field, went down on this ball, and hit it hard. And with that base hit, pretty much locked up the batting title. But the only thing that would take it away from him now if this game goes 20 innings.
You were mentioning an 0 for 4 and 0 for 5, and Chipper Jones may be in position.
Yeah, but with any base hit, he's going to maintain at least a 340, a 339, and that'll be enough to win the title.
0 for 5 to lose it. Tonight, Holliday has driven in the tying run. His 136th RBI of the season. He's at first. There's Todd Helton. Cues one down the third baseline. Kuzminoff on the run and just in time. Bang, bang, play at first, and Helton is out.
Terrific play by Kuzminoff here to get the old Tennessee quarterback. He thought he beat it out. But Ed Montague said no. At the very least, it works as a bunt. It looked like a good call by Ed.
Gets Holliday into scoring position. There's Garrett Atkins, who has been aboard twice tonight. An RBI single in the first, a walk in the third.
And not only does it, at this point, kind of lock up the batting title for Holliday, and also ties him with Ryan Howard for the league lead in RBIs at 136.
On the corner for strike 2, and Peavy's quickly ahead, 0-2.
Rough night for Jake. Very much unlike Jake Peavy.
Just off the outside edge this time as he went back to work on the outside corner.
And his command hasn't quite been there that he's accustomed to, even with the fastball. He's certainly got enough velocity. He's been in the mid-90s. That hasn't been an issue, but just missing.
Two and two. The numbers for Peavy so far up to 81 pitches. With one out here in the fifth.
And what's not on there are 2 home run balls.
There's strike 3. Watkins with a look back at Tim McClellan, but he's out number 2 of the fifth. Strikeout number 4 for Peavy, and a big one.
He really did need this. That fastball had a little more movement on it in terms of command. Came back to the outside corner and got the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Well, they will intentionally walk Brad Hopp. And Spielborgs waits on deck. And first base open.
Two different ball clubs here in the way that these teams have been put together, in that no fewer than 6 position players tonight for the Rockies are homegrown talents. And for the San Diego Padres, Khalil Green, that's it among position players. Rockies doing a real good job of drafting, signing, developing. And it's paying off for him now.
And Hurdle was quick to point that out. As here is Ryan Spielborgs. He takes ball 1. Mitchell Willie Tavares not played in Colorado's last 20 games. He has been doing some sprinting and trying to get back. They're going to send him down to instructional. We'll see him later on if the Rockies do get to the later on portion of the postseason. It's 2-0 to Spielborgs.
Spielborgs has had good numbers with runners in scoring position, but not lately. Just 7 for his last 42 with a runner in scoring position. And he's driven in 51 runs.
Popped up. Going to get back into the seats as Bard gives it a look. And fouling out of play.
This guy's got real good opposite field power. And we talked about how the ball jumps to right center field in this ballpark. He's a guy who's been able to take advantage of that. The right-handed hitter, he drives the ball a long way to the right center field gap.
He caught fire in the middle of the season, raising his average from 273 to 343 between June and August. On the corner for Peavy, and the count evens at 2-2.
Again, Clint Hurdle and Tim McClellan. McClellan's heard it in both ears tonight.
Swing and a miss, and Peavy is able to strike out Spielborgs. A big strikeout, but the Rockies have tied the game. 5-5 after 5.
Welcome back to Colorado, where the Rockies are hosting San Diego in this wild card tie-breaking game. Back on September 7th, Major League Baseball held 28 coin tosses to decide where a tie-breaking game would be played. This was probably the most unlikely scenario. The Rockies were solidly in 4th place. In fact, all year, their marketing department was denied a request to print postseason tickets. Most teams got that request accepted back in August. The Rockies did not. Tickets went on sale this morning at 9 o'clock for the potential series against the Phillies.
Hey, Craig, thank you. And certainly they are very much aware of what could happen here the rest of the way. And Hey, you got to get a little bit superstitious, I guess, as you get towards the end of the season. Want to make sure they had to win 13 out of 14 even to get to this point.
Yeah, and when they did have that emergency coin flip to include the Rockies, I think they won every flip. They were going to have the home field advantage for any of them.
This one into center field off the bat of Brady Clark to begin things here in the top half of the 6th inning. Padres have the lead runner on.
That might be the best of all things for Clark, to get on and get Peavy up there to bunt him over so Jake can get back to the dugout. He's already thrown over 90 pitches. Get a little breather.
The lead runner on here in the 6th inning. And it is Jake Peavy who is at the plate. He's thrown 91 pitches through the first 5 innings. He bats with Clark at first. And he is squaring already. And bunts it foul. Well, we are here in the 6th inning, Joe, and it is getting down to it here. Tied 5-5. Every base runner now extremely important.
Little things so important, just like their inability to move that runner over after Gonzalez doubled last inning. Rockies were able to get their guy in after a leadoff double by Tulowitzki. You got to execute. Clint Hurdle talked about that before the game. He said, if we don't execute, we're not going to win. We've got to make everything count. And the Padres, too, have to also at this point.
Unable to get the bunt down, has taken off for second base, but a foul ball. As Peavy, Clark had taken off, but Peavy gets a piece, and it's 0-2. It's amazing. You play 162 games, and it's going to take 163rd to figure out whether or not you move along.
This is awful fun. It's very exciting. It's excruciating for the fans of both sides, and especially the managers in the dugout, but what fun.
Maybe scoring with a count 0-2. Tries for a 3rd time and pops it up. He's out. Unable to move the runner along.
He had 8 sacrifice bunts during the year, but when he needed one most right there, couldn't get it down. So here's one of those guys I talked about at the beginning of the ball game that have to come through for San Diego tonight. But it looks like a left-hander is going to be the guy that faces Giles in this at bat.
Buchholz retires 4 of the 5 batters that he faces. He will depart the pitching change from Coors Field. A 5-5 ball game.
Tie game here in the 6th inning, and if you just joined us, here's some of the action. Yorvi Torrealba with a home run in the 2nd inning after the Rockies had already put 2 on the board in the 1st. Made it a 3-0 ball game, but then the big blow for the Padres, a grand slam by Gonzalez in the 3rd. They went on to add another run to take a 5-3 lead, but Todd Helton, a home run in the 3rd inning, made it a 1-run game, and the Rockies came back to tie it up in the 5th. A line shot to center by Holliday drove in Tulowitzki, who had led off the inning with a double. That's where we stand 5-5 here in the 6th with a new pitcher in for the Rockies.
Well, Taylor Buchholz departs after an inning and a 3rd, and he hands it off to Jeremy Affeldt.
Affeldt 89-92, pretty good fastball, has some good sinking action on it, but a big curveball. That's his out pitch. There are his numbers for the year. Just a .227 average against him. He is a situational guy and brought in here in a situation where they desperately need to get Brian Giles out, a guy who's been swinging the bat pretty well.
And of course, the roster's expanded. You can use a matchup situation right from about the 4th or 5th inning on if you wanted to, as Giles stands in and takes strike 1. One difference you have here is this a regular season game.
Right. And all the guys that got called up in September are available for tonight's action.
Another strike. And Affeldt quickly ahead, 0-2 on the lefty Brian Giles.
Could be that Brian was looking for that breaking ball and didn't get it.
Brady Clark at first base, one down here in the 6th. Outside, it kicks off Torrealba. No advance at first base for Clark.
And again, another great block, as advertised, for Jorvik Torrealba. Keeps the runner at first base, keeps the double play in order. More importantly, keeps a runner out of scoring position. He's having a good night.
This one gets away to the backstop, and up to second base goes Brady Clark. On a wild pitch charged to Jeremy Affeldt.
Well, that one looked like he almost got crossed up. He didn't go out to talk to the pitcher, but I don't know if this hit the plate. No, it didn't hit the plate. He just tried to catch it instead of blocking that one, and after doing a great job of blocking a couple of pitches, didn't move his body on that one. Break for the Padres, runner in scoring position.
And Giles with a count of 2-2. No longer the power threat that he once was. He's been leading off for the Padres. Does have 13 home runs. Broken bat grounder outside of first, and it hangs at 2-2.
That was the big curveball. Bryant on the year, a .237 average against left-handers. 2 of his 13 homers off lefties. But a better than 50-point difference from hitting against right-handers.
Slotted in the leadoff spot since the middle of the season. Provided a spark there. Much better hitter on the road. Higher average, more home runs, more RBIs, better on base percentage. Away from Petco Park. Off the backside, and it sends Clark back to the bag at second. No throw.
Well, that's kind of a double-edged sword, Petco Park. It works great for their pitchers, but it's also a very difficult park to hit in terms of power. You're not going to hit a lot of home runs in that ballpark or put up any big numbers.
Looking ball and misses. Coors Field thought they had a strike, and it's a full count now.
So did Torrealba. Not where he catches it, but where it crosses the plate, and that was not a bad pitch, but a little too low for Tim McClellan. Good eye by Giles not to go after it.
He's after this and pops it up. It's Matsui now. Tulowitzki steps in front of him and makes the catch. 2 down.
There's a little bit of that Tulowitzki taking charge too. The rookie came in and immediately called off the veteran Matsui. Was not going to take any chances of that ball dropping. He wanted it.
And here comes Clint Hurley again. So for Affeldt, the situational lefty, one and done as he's able to get Brian Giles and gets the job done here in the 6th inning. We'll step aside in the midst of a 5-5 game in this National League wild card tie-breaking game from Colorado. Make sure to watch the entire division series on TBS. Every game, every day. Well, it's a big series coming up. Of course, the Angels and Red Sox in the American League. As it is time for Rocktober. And take a look at that series. Boy, the Angels provide a great many problems, certainly for the Red Sox from a stolen base. They run all the time like Socha. Great manager. Should be a very good series.
Kind of a throwback to the old Billy Ball days of Billy Martin in Oakland. And I like that style of play. I like what Socha's done with his ball club. They've got a couple of injuries they're going to have to deal with and play around, but again, the matchups in the American League are very compelling. Should be a lot of fun.
Red Sox have been outstanding all year. Pitching depth certainly as they head to the postseason, and it's all right here on TBS. A pitching change as Ryan Spear into the game.
It's his 4th stint with the big club this year, up and down all year long between AAA Colorado Springs in here, and no question, one of the biggest outings for him in his life right here, with a go-ahead run at second base late in the ball game.
Jeremy Affeldt was able to get Giles to pop out. The batter he had to face, he retired. Scott Hairston, the batter. And he takes ball one. The runner at second base and Brady Clark is the responsibility of Taylor Buchholz, who started the inning for the Rockies. He singled, went to second on a wild pitch. And in scoring position in this 5-5 game in the sixth.
You can see what problems Spire presents for right-handed hitters. He doesn't drop down all the way sidearm, but a little bit three-quarter. He's got good sinking action on his fastball. Took a little off on that one. He's a guy that kind of slipped through the cracks, an undrafted free agent that made it to the big leagues.
Frame, but it's a ball outside, and it's 2-1.
Tim McClellan not making too many friends here tonight.
No.
Something tells me he won't lose any sleep over it, though.
Not the first time.
No.
Away again, and it's 3-1 now to Scott Hairston.
Got to be hard to pick the ball up on Spire if you're a right-handed hitter. The way he throws across his body, he really steps toward the third base line, and the ball comes from around behind his body very late.
Hairston has strained oblique muscle earlier on in the season, missed a month. As he fouls this pitch off, and it's a full count. Got some decent power, but he's really never got a chance to play on a regular basis.
He's had some big hits for the Padres, and he's played well for him in left field. But 7 homers, 18 RBIs in 30 games. That's doing the job. Big at bat here for him, and a very good swing there to fight off a tough pitch.
And a welcome sight, of course, for the Padres, who now do their business without Mike Cameron, without Milton Bradley.
Torrealba out to talk to Spire about just what he wants here to try to put this hitter away so as not to get to Kuzminoff.
3-2 the count to Hairston. Struck him out. Spire with a big strikeout to end the top half of the 6th inning. They leave Clark at second base, still tied at 5. We send it to Ernie Johnson in Atlanta for a TBS game break.
All right, thank you very much, Don. And here's the Thursday schedule for our postseason coverage here on TBS. And after TBS MLB On Deck at 2:30, the winner of this game against the Phillies in Game 2. And the Yankees and Indians play Game 1 of their series from the Jake. And the Cubs and the Diamondbacks wrap things up, followed by Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan. Ernie Johnson and Cal Ripken back at you here in Atlanta. And a lot of times in these games, Cal, it's not the highlight play that dictates who's going to win or lose the game. Sometimes it's the small things. We go back an inning and talk about a play that Kevin Kuzminoff made for the Padres.
Yeah, well, Todd Helton hits this ball right off the end of the bat. It's a full swing bunt. Kuzminoff comes in, makes a nice play, and he barely gets him at first. Todd thinks he made it, but look, he chops his steps right there. That last 1/2 step cost him maybe beating that out, and that could have been first and second, no outs, and it could have been a different inning altogether.
Exactly. Peavy strikes out 2 around an intentional walk after that. Meantime, as Joe said moments ago, Tim McClellan not making a whole lot of friends tonight, but you know this guy and you know what you got going in.
Well, I mean, Tim McClellan is an umpire that calls the plate, and I'm watching this game and I'm agreeing with everything that he's calling. Now, he's got a few looks. Hairston right here doesn't think that inside breaking ball got back to the plate, and maybe it's a little bit of nerves here that gets it going. Tim walks him back and says, keep going, you know, you had your say for a minute, but he's doing a really nice job behind the plate tonight.
You're not still playing. You don't really need to say that I haven't disagreed with one thing. He's doing a great job.
No, I'll tell you when I think he's calling a bad game. He's calling a great game.
We got a great game going on tonight, right? It's 5-5. We're headed to the bottom half of the 6th inning. We head back to Coors Field and Craig Sager. How about it, Segs?
Oh, thanks, EJ. Joe Simpson was talking about how much fun this game is. A win-or-go-home game for both teams. Well, it is a lot of fun for us, but let me tell you, a sense of urgency and a lot of pacing going on in both dugouts. Both teams came to this game with their suitcases packed. Both have charters scheduled immediately after the game to go to Philadelphia. Both have reservations at the same hotel. Both have scheduled workouts at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That hotel staff watching in Philly here on TBS. As soon as they see who wins this game, they will assign the rooms.
Well, Craig, thank you much. Yeah, a little bit of a logistic nightmare if you're a traveling secretary as to what could happen. You got to make the plans. You never know, but it ends in a hurry if you don't win this game tonight.
It is sudden death, as they said, and you got to figure out a way to get a run across to get a lead and just keep adding to it.
Orva Torrealba down the third baseline. Kuzmanov rounding behind it. The throw in time. The head first dive by Torrealba, but it's not enough, and he's retired for the first out of the inning.
Another good play by Kuzmanov. Just showed you a replay of one he made on the swinging bunt by Todd Helton. Another one, and Torrealba, good effort, but really unnecessary to do that.
The pinch hitter here in the pitcher spot, Seth Smith, will bat. In the spot of Ryan Spire.
How about this guy? He comes up. He's only had 7 at-bats this year. He's made the most of it. 4 for 7, 4 for 6 as a pinch hitter, and gets to bat in this situation against Jake Peavy in the wild card tiebreaker. Amazing.
Well, his success lately largely the reason that he has this chance against Peavy. No strike, man. It's 2-1. Smith hitting .317 this year in 129 games with Colorado Springs. You heard Cal Ripken talking a little bit about Tim McClellan. Every year they do a bunch of different surveys among the players, and it appears year in and year out his strike zone is considered among one of the best as far as, and it's been that way for a long time. This one a deep center field, sending Brady Clark back at the wall. It's off the wall. Clark will play the ricochet, but not before Seth Smith. The pinch hitter finds his way to third base with a 1-out triple.
Yeah, it's okay to smile, Seth. You never know where the heroes are going to come from. His 8th at bat of the year, and he almost hits it out to straightaway center. I thought Brady Clark misplayed this by chasing it to the wall. When he realized he wasn't going to catch it, he should have backed off to at least try to hold him to a double. But there's Smith. And a golden opportunity for the Rockies in the 6th to take the lead.
The go-ahead run 90 feet away, 1 down. And it's Kaz Matsui who doubled in the first. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Infield in all the way around. And it's ball 1 from Peavy.
That's part of Jake's problem tonight, Don. Only 10 first pitch strikes to 28 hitters. He's been behind virtually all night.
About to throw his 100th pitch of the night. Well, it's a swing and a miss.
It's a beauty. Good slider. Nice bite to it.
The breakdown, 56 strikes of the 100 that he has thrown tonight. But it does seem he has been behind a lot of the Rockies hitters. Matsui with a swing and a miss. And it's 1-2. Ed Black saying before the game that the 100 pitches was not a huge deal. He's operated between 110 and 120 all season long.
Yeah, but he's really buckled down here with 2 outstanding pitches back to back to Matsui. He was grounded out twice tonight after he led off the first inning with a double. We need a ground ball here.
Matsui slicing it foul to the screen.
Or a patented Jake Peavy strikeout would be even better.
It's been a 5 strikeout night tonight for Jake Peavy. The infield in all the way around. Matsui into shallow center field. Clark coming on, readying himself as he makes the catch. Seth Smith on the way home will score to put the Rockies on top 6-5. The throw up the first base line, and the Rockies pull ahead in the bottom of the 6th.
That's a trip around the bases Seth Smith will never forget. And look at the greeting he gets from his teammates. Mike Gallego never hesitated. This ball was not very deep, as you said, Don, but I think Clark got a little anxious. Didn't have a whole lot of momentum coming forward to the plate to make his throw, and was way off the mark.
So the Rockies with the lead now in the bottom of the 6th inning with 2 outs. And it is Seth Smith, the pinch hitter, who triples and then scores on the sacrifice fly for Matsui. And Tulowitzki to deep center field. Clark headed back onto the track to reach and not make the catch. Misplays it as Tulowitzki heads for third. Boy, are they missing Mike Cameron right now. Brady Clark having a tough inning out there at center field.
We talked about that, Don, early on, about how the Padres really miss Milton Bradley and Mike Cameron's offense. Well, it's not going to be any more exemplified than this inning about how they miss Cameron's defense. I thought he caught the ball, and now looking at it, I'm surprised the ball didn't hit him.
I'm not sure what happened.
I'm not sure either, unless the glove got in front of his face where he blocked his view of the ball. That ball should have been caught. He was in position to catch it. Should have been caught. Tough inning. Brother, look, he had a beat on it here. Looked like he timed his jump perfectly, but the ball seemed to go by his glove before he got it up to reach for it.
Well, that was Mike Cameron, who you had the chance to talk to before the game.
Yeah, very frustrating. As he said, to play all year long and be a part of the ball club and not be able to help out now with the injured thumb.
Matt Holliday, an insurance run 90 feet away, could not hold up as he goes around.
That's a huge run at third base. Rockies bullpen has been very good in recent days during this run where they've won 13 out of 14. They have sealed the deal.
Holliday swings through that pitch and is down 0-2. He's got a hit and an RBI tonight. 136 RBIs on the season. And he's got Tulowitzki 90 feet away at third base with 2 down in the inning. In tight.
Just a little something to keep him honest, keep him off the outside part of the plate if he can. Let's see if he goes back with the slider away, maybe a little off the plate to get Holliday to chase. He will also chase a fastball up out of the zone at times.
He went around and strikes out. 6th strikeout for Peavy, but the Rockies have pushed ahead the go-ahead run. They lead it 6-5 at the end of 6. Six to 5, the Rockies have pulled ahead at the end of 6 innings in this tiebreaker to decide the National League wild card. As the new pitcher on is LaTroy Hawkins, the 5th pitcher of the night for the Rockies.
A veteran. He's been through the wars. This is not going to scare him, but he's a guy who has given up runs in each of his last 2 outings and an ERA over 4 against the Padres this year. Mid-90s fastball capable, but he also shows the ball early. He'll come out of the glove when he winds up. Might give the hitters a little early look.
He's retired 24 of the last 29 batters that he's faced as he deals with Kevin Kuzminoff to begin things here in the 7th inning. Kuzminoff with a single back in the 1st.
Also has a good slider. But he needs to get ahead. He's not a guy that can pitch behind in the count. Not too many guys can, but he doesn't have good enough movement on his fastball to rely on that once he falls behind.
Spent time on the disabled list to begin the year. Was activated after having right elbow inflammation in May. Is this one on a hop to second? Matsui. One down. Set it down to Craig Sager.
Well, this is the 5th pitcher that Clint Hurdle has used, but there's no shortage in the bullpen. Rosters have to be cut down for the playoffs to 25. However, this is a regular season game according to the books, so you can use all those September call-ups. That means the Rockies have 23 pitchers on the roster for today's game.
Yeah, Craig, I thought that was a misprint when I arrived at the clubhouse today and took a look at the extras that Clint Hurdle had to work with, and he had so many that he had to stagger them 2 together down the list underneath the lineup. There are a couple of guys here in his pen.
Extra innings will be no problem tonight.
See, he's got to double up. A couple of right-handers. Adrian Gonzalez, who's had a big night tonight when it's counted for the Padres. A grand slam in the 3rd inning. A double to lead off the 5th. Unfortunately for Gonzalez and the Padres, after doubling to begin the 5th, was never advanced.
Might be the difference in the ball game right now. Here's the home run. Got a low sinker that stayed up just enough from Fogg. Allow him to get under it and launch it into the right field bleachers. That gave him 100 RBIs for the year too.
Jumped him to the 30 home run plateau.
It's a bit of a tough decision Buddy Black's got to make. 3-0. Do you give him the green light? He's your best power hitter. You're down a run. Better make sure it's a good pitch if you swing.
He takes the strike.
Not good enough.
Well, Hawkins getting it up there, 96 miles per hour at that last pitch.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. He just pitches behind in the count a lot.
Able to drive that one right by Gonzalez as he challenged him, and it's a full count.
Adrian got something to handle. He just didn't catch up to it.
On the ground and off the glove of Tulowitzki, and on at first to be Gonzalez. Moves to his left and got a glove on it.
And a rare miscue for their defense. 12th error of the year for Tulowitzki. Atkins leads their team at third base with 14. So an opportunity, and every base runner means opportunity, especially when you're behind late in the ball game.
We'll give Gonzalez a hit.
Oh, we'll take it.
Will Green standing in. So that's 3 hits on the night for Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, good for him that his uncle Benji Gonzalez was the official scorer tonight.
Late on the cut, 97 that time from Hawkins, and it's 1-1 to Green.
Torrealba just keeps throwing down the fastball sign when he's throwing that fast and that hard. Staying with it until somebody catches up. Green, a good fastball hitter.
Velocity is growing for Hawkins as he's ahead now 1-2.
Yeah, he's a little pumped up. That was 98. Let's see what he does here. He's gotten ahead of somebody finally. Let's see if he goes to a slider or wastes a pitch and see if Green chases.
Adrian Gonzalez at first base, 1 down in the 7th. Struck him out. Over the outside corner and back to 98 miles per hour. Khalil Green is gone, 2 down in the 7th.
Nobody's going to hit that pitch. Don, 98 on the outside corner at the knees. I'm sorry. What a pitch. Man, oh man.
The 700th strikeout for LaTroy Hawkins in his career. And a big out here, 2 down in the 7th inning. Gonzalez still at first base. Josh Bard, the batter. A couple of hits tonight, a single and a double. He's also lined out to left. Tried to hold up, but could not.
Josh has been a smart hitter tonight. Had a big battle his first time up when he singled in the 2nd inning. Went the other way on a pitch away from him and doubled in the 3rd. Got to cut down on all your movement. Just let your hands do the work against a guy throwing this hard.
On the ground at Matsui. To second for the force out that ends the top of the 7th inning. Hawkins gets the job done. 7th inning stretch time from Coors Field, where the Rockies have a 1-run lead. Colorado Rockies on top in this one, 6-5, and emotions running high here tonight at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Joe, the way this goes, sometimes teams get a little bit tight. Sometimes there's not a lot of runs, not a lot of scoring. You shocked by the way this one's gone down so far?
I have been a little bit, especially with Jake Peavy. I thought he would come in here and dominate, given the fact that the Padres had lost their last 2. They were counting on him to get them to the playoffs, and it's been a rough night for him. He's struggled with his control. He's fallen behind hitters. He's had trouble getting strike 1. But again, I'm not sure that we've given enough credit to what a good role this Rockies ball club has been on, and against a guy that they haven't gotten anything off of in 2 starts this year. And yet tonight they've had good at bats, and they put some runs on the board, and they've got the lead late, turning it over to their bullpen.
We're getting close towards the end of Jake Peavy's night. He has thrown 109 pitches as we head here into the last half of the 7th inning. It's Todd Helton, Garrett Atkinson, and Brad Hopp will be expected here for the Rockies in the bottom of the 7th.
Todd Helton in his 10th year in the big leagues. Never tasted any postseason, but he can taste it now.
Well, he had a sacrifice fly in the 1st inning for his 90th RBI. And then a solo shot in the 3rd for his 17th round tripper of the year. And he leads it off in the bottom of the 7th inning.
He's a guy that was rumored to be traded last winter, including the Angels in Boston. Didn't come to pass, and I'm sure he's quite glad he's still in a Rockies uniform with a chance to get to the postseason.
A strike over the outside corner, and it's 1-1.
The home run he hit was on a pitch down and in, remember, but most teams lately have not been pitching him in. Again, they've been working him away, making him hit the ball the other way. Peavy tonight has challenged him in there. This was the home run with 1 out in the 3rd inning. No doubt about it.
Todd Helton, 33 years old, in his 10th season with the Rockies. Lines it, but right at Adrian Gonzalez for the first out here in the bottom of the 7th.
And he can talk to Holliday about a batting title. He won one back in 2000. He had 372.
Over 300 for the 10th straight season.
Looking ahead to the 8th after that good work by LaTroy Hawkins. Pitching around the base hit by Gonzalez. What was ruled a hit. The guy that's the setup man for the closer.
Garrett Atkins sends one to deep left, and that ball is up off the wall, and to second base goes Atkins. Just above the padding out there in left field and underneath the yellow line, and Atkins has got himself a 1-out double, nearly got it out of the yard.
A lot of fans out there were giving the home run sign. Second base umpire is Tim Cheetah, and he's going to get a visit from Clint Hurdle just to make sure.
You got that area in between where the padded wall stops. And some screening out there. Do have the benefit of the outfield umpires down the left field and right field line for this game.
Ball was smoked. No, like it got the yellow line and came back. The umpires will assemble to see if anybody else saw it differently.
Tim Sheeta, the second base umpire.
That appears to hit the yellow line and come back into the field of play. It's got to clear that. There was a wheelchair just beyond that, and a fixed seat as well next to the wheelchair.
Well, the umpires getting together.
And when something like this happens, Don, somebody has to have seen it clearly that to overturn it. Somebody's got to say, no question about it, it went over the fence. I saw it hit a seat or whatever and come back.
Has to be conclusive.
Has to be conclusive. And it wasn't for anyone, including the left field foul line umpire, Fielding Colbrook.
Just going to say that you have two extra, even though this is not a playoff game per se. You have Fielding Colbrook down the left field line, Jim Wolf down the right field line. It was Sheeta who headed out and made the indication first. The second base umpire. And we'll get another look. The question is, does it hit the yellow line or does it hit the chair just over the yellow line? And it's very difficult to tell. The yellow line is padded down there.
I didn't see it clear the yellow line. I saw that man standing there with a glove trying to catch it, and it didn't look like that it came over the fence where he could reach over the chair and try to catch it. I think it hit the yellow line and came back. And now Atkins, who's oftentimes replaced defensively by Jamie Carroll, will give way to Carroll, who's going to pinch run.
Well, Jamie Carroll runs at second base. And they will intentionally walk Brad Hott.
There is action in the Padres bullpen. Jake Peavy up close to that 120 pitch mark. And if he stays in the ball game, he's going to desperately need a double play ball. But here comes Bud Black, and he's going to Tim McClellan, which would indicate a double switch.
They've had Heath Bell in the pen for San Diego. You mentioned Peavy coming into the inning having thrown 109 pitches. Well, at times Peavy was Peavy, but I think if you look at the entire bulk of work, this was not what you're used to seeing from Jake Peavy tonight.
Not at all. His last start, a good one against San Francisco, kind of a tune-up, 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. Tonight, not the Jake Peavy that you expect to see.
We step aside with the Rockies on top in this one, 6-5. The pitching change from Coors Field. Six to 5, the Rockies on top here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Jake Peavy is gone after 6 1/3 innings and still responsible for runners that are on at first and second with 1 down. The new catcher as part of the double switch is Michael Barrett, who now does the catching for the new pitcher, the right-hander Heath Bell.
Boy, has he done great work for the Padres this year after coming over from the Mets. Fastball in the mid-90s. In fact, kind of LaTroy Hawkins at times in the upper 90s. Got a hard curveball. It looks kind of like his curveball is a little bit like a slider. But he has been their setup guy for Trevor Hoffman all year long. Good numbers.
Well, the numbers on Peavy, 6 1/3, 10 hits. And so far charged with the 6 runs. He is on the hook as he departs. He threw 118 pitches.
You know what? Despite all that, it's still just 1-run game. He's kept it close. He's battled. He's kept it a 1-run game, but it's up to the Padre bullpen now to make sure it stays that way so the hitters have a chance to come in and do something about it.
Ryan Spilborgh's the batter with runners at first and second, 1 down in the 7th.
Padres bullpen ERA the best in the National League, and even 3.
We're trying to preserve what is a 1-run deficit at the moment. Spilborgh's after the first pitch sends it foul to the right.
Just a little tardy. That 94-mile-an-hour fastball in on his hands.
Spilborgh's getting regular playing time in center field. Over 300 on the season, a very streaky hitter. And has been great with runners in scoring position on the season. As he fouls off another, and it's 0-2.
Heath Bell, more of a strikeout guy than a ground ball double play guy per se. He'll take a ground ball and give his infielders a chance to turn it, but he's more of a guy that comes after you. 97 strikeouts in 91 innings.
Spilborgh's hitting at .341 with runners in scoring position on the season.
He's that hard breaking ball. Didn't move much, but just a little bit off the plate.
The Rockies 3 for 8 tonight with runners in scoring position. We got Carroll at second base, Hop at first, 1 down. Went around, says McClellan. He's not even going to check. And the strikeout of Spilborgh's a big one for Heath Bell. 2 down.
Huge. Spilborgh struck out with runners at first and second in the 5th inning. I agree with Tim McClellan. I thought he went. Didn't need any help. Yes, he did. Good call by Tim. Showed you earlier how Torrealba can hit mistakes. See if they stay aggressive here. Wow, off speed pitch. Surprised me a little bit.
Torrealba with a home run back in the 2nd inning, his 8th of the year, which at the time put the Rockies on top 3-0. They stay away, and it's 1-1 now to Torrealba. The pinch hitter has come out on deck. Corey Sullivan. The pinch hitter Seth Smith in the 6th inning tripled and scored the go-ahead run. As the pitch misses, and it's now 2-1.
Needs to make a good pitch here. Doesn't want to go to 3-1 and be forced to throw something to the center of the plate on Torrealba. Inside third. No, stand away. Oh, what a good breaking ball. My goodness. That was clutch. That hard curve ball. And right there, that was a beauty. Now he's got a pitch to play with and hope that Torrealba will expand his strike zone a little bit.
First and second, 2 down in the 7th. The 2-2. Shoots it foul down the first baseline as he fractured his bat. Gonzalez playing it in foul ground, and broken bat for Torrealba, who's made good on his chance this year to establish himself as an everyday catcher. He's being sidelined by shoulder problems a year ago. He's had some clutch hits. Only favorite with Clint Hurdles for a long time. He's An 18-year-old back in 1995. Hurdle first liked what he saw as a minor league roving hitting instructor at the time. And so 12 years later here with Torrealba, and in a big spot here in a 1-game and a wild card tiebreaker.
Yeah, the job he does behind the plate defensively is what they're looking for, but he has had some clutch hits. He's at the home run tonight. He'll run into one every once in a while. Did chase a bad ball last pitch.
Thought about going around, doesn't offer, and did not go around, and it's a full count. He held it there for a long time just to be sure.
I'm surprised they didn't make an appeal. They might have gotten a call. And the bat didn't go all that far, but the hands went way out in front.
Runners will be in motion with 2 down. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The breaking ball getting Torrealba as they lead 2. We've now played 7 innings. The Rockies with a chance that goes by the boards. They lead at 6-5.
Welcome back to Colorado, where the Rockies failed to score despite that double by Garrett Atkins that Clint Hurdle tried to convince the umpiring crew was a home run. Nobody had a better view than Ina Selby, who's standing right here next to me, and she claims the ball cleared the yellow padding, hit the railing here, then bounced onto the field. She's convinced, but of course she could be a little biased. She's a season ticket holder for the last 14 years from Littleton, Colorado, but she has a lot of support. Was that a home run? Fans out here sure think it was.
Not surprised to find that out. Yeah, Jeff Plum leads it off and promptly lines one into right center field. Corey Sullivan, the new center fielder, over to cut it off, and a leadoff hit for Jeff Plum here in the 8th inning for the Padres off the new pitcher Brian Fuentes.
Well, here we go. Get your leadoff man on. You got to try to get him around to try to tie this game here in the 8th inning.
Sullivan now in center. Jamie Carroll stays in the game at third base.
Fuentes was a big hero yesterday. Came in and got a couple of huge strikeouts against Arizona in the 7th inning, then worked the 8th. See what he's got left in the tank for tonight.
He was the closer for this team to begin the season and had a stretch at the end of June where he blew 4 consecutive save opportunities in a week, including walk-off homers in the last 2 games of that week in Houston. He has been outstanding lately, 2-0. In the last 11 innings pitched, he's given up just 1 earned run.
Doesn't throw too many breaking balls to right-handers. You see his delivery and how 3/4 to sidearm it is. He got a good changeup that looks like a curveball. Upper 80s, low 90s with his fastball. Mostly just tries to work right-handers with it. Fastball away.
Freddie Clark singled. He was also knocked in a run in a 1-for-3 performance tonight. Hops it up. Helton to foul ground and a full sprint over the shoulder. He makes the catch. What a great running catch over the shoulder by Todd Helton for the first out of the inning.
The Gold Glover comes through. He's not the quarterback this time. He's the wide receiver. And a nice over-the-shoulder catch. Big out there for the Rockies. Bud Black electing not to try to move that runner over. Let Clark swing away.
Well, Clark is retired. Here is Michael Barrett. Him in defensively last inning as part of the double switch. And he takes ball 1 outside from Fuentes.
Todd Helton led first baseman in fielding in the National League, a .999 fielding percentage. That's pretty good.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Michael Barrett coming over from the Cubs back on June 20th. And taking the strike from Brian Fuentes.
Bruce Barrett was involved in that dugout altercation with the Cubs with Carlos Zambrano. And got the Cubs stirred up.
Down the left field line, Matt Holliday on the move, but that'll get foul and back into the seats. They're breaking the bat. Down on the count, 1-2. The Rockies got the go-ahead run in the bottom of the 6th inning. They enjoy a 6-5 lead. The Padres getting the lead runner on in the 8th. Blum still stands at first base with 1 down, as Fuentes has jumped ahead of Michael Barrett, 1-2.
Michael Barrett 2 for 3 in his career against Fuentes too, but he got jammed badly there. Now he's got to guard the plate on this guy that can run the ball away from him. They're moving the target inside.
Barrett with his new bat fouls it off to the right.
Went upstairs, took him up the ladder to see if he'd chase there. He did, but he got a piece of it. I like that pitch. I like when you're ahead in the count. Just rear back and fog one up there about shoulder high and see if a hitter will chase it. Sometimes very hard for the hitter to lay off that one.
They're turning in a pretty good at bat. He's fouled off a couple of Brian Fuentes pitches.
He just about ran out of the batter's box to make sure he got a piece of that one. Hard to stay back on that changeup when you're trying to guard the plate. Big hole on the right side though, where the runner's being held on if he can go that way.
Swings and misses. As the runner at first occupies the bag, up to second base goes Blum. The strikeout of Barrett as Blum takes second and gets into scoring position with now 2 down. Wild pitch charged to Fuentes.
It's the strikeout, but this time Torrealba can't keep the ball in front of him. So tonight a couple of times he's made great stops. A couple of times they've skipped away from him, and now a lefty on lefty matchup. Padres have been relying on Brian Giles so much all year long, but especially in the last couple of months, and they're going to have to rely on him again right here. Big moment for the Padres season.
It comes with 2 outs in the 8th and the tying run in scoring position. Giles takes ball 1. He does not have a hit tonight. He has reached base once, walking in the 3rd, and came around to score as part of the Gonzalez grand slam.
And you see the numbers against Fuentes, not good, but one of the hits was a homer.
Swing and a miss.
I mentioned he wouldn't throw the breaking ball very often to a right-handed hitter. He will to the lefties. And you just saw another one.
Padres with 11 hits. Giles without one so far. He could use one right now. As he lifts it to left, but at Holliday, who misplays it, goes back and can't make the catch. He started in. Blum will score, and the Padres will tie the game 6-6. Holliday started in, then ducked back. It gets up over his head, and the Padres tie the score.
Well, we've seen some less than stellar outfield play tonight, and that just quieted this crowd. What looked like perhaps a routine fly ball turned to anything but. A high pitch that Giles was just trying to fight off, and he did. Got pretty good wood on it, and maybe that's what fooled Holliday as it sailed over his head. A horrible time for a misplay there for the Rockies. Tie game. Padres are in business.
Well, Scott Hairston, who singled back in the 3rd but has struck out 3 times tonight.
A gift from what has been a good defensive ball club, and misplay in the outfield by Holliday.
Padres tonight 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position. On the ground left side, Tulowitzki. Gonna get it there in a hurry, and just does. But the Padres pick up a run in the top of the 8th inning, and we're tied at 6 after 7.5. Tied at 6. The MLB postseason begins Wednesday right here on TBS. We'll have triple header action of the National and American League Division Series. Padres and Rockies versus the Phillies at 3. Angels versus the Red Sox at 6:30 Eastern. Cubs versus the Diamondbacks at 10 p.m. Eastern. Coverage begins at 2:30 p.m. Eastern with TBS MLB on deck, presented by Chevrolet. Well, you mentioned it. They needed a big hit from Brian Giles, and the San Diego Padres got it. They got a little help, perhaps. Matt Holliday had started in and ends up over his head, and the game ends up tied at 6. And it's Corey Sullivan who leads it off here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, that kind of balanced out the misplays in center field by Clark earlier tonight. Tit for tat there, so now they're dead even in the bottom of the 8th. Go get them, boys. Sullivan's got good speed. He gets on, a threat to run, and the Padres have been horrible this year at holding runners. They've allowed 189 stolen bases this year. That's the most in the majors by far.
How much of that is a product of their pitching and the guys who are pretty slow to the plate? Maddox has always been that type of guy.
Right.
You got the big Chris Young, who's huge.
And he's slow to the plate, always has a big high leg kick. That's something that some of their pitchers are going to have to work on to maybe shorten up and to throw over.
This is getting ahead of ourselves, to say the least. But Bud Black said that if they are able to win this game, that Greg Maddux would go in the first game against the Phillies.
That's correct.
Speaking of Greg Maddux, the Rockies have something to say about that in this tie game. The payoff pitch. Corey Sullivan is indeed on to begin things here in the bottom of the 8th.
Keith Bell was so impressive last inning, getting those 2 huge strikeouts of Spilborghs and Torrealba. Made some great pitches. A check swing there, but look at the curveball there to get Torrealba. Outstanding, but now he's done the unspeakable. A leadoff walk in the 8th in a tie game.
Kaz Matsui trying to bunt, but popping it up foul back and out of play. Four times the Rockies have had the lead runner on. 3 times that lead runner has scored.
And Clint Hurdle going the basic way, not taking a chance to maybe run on these guys, to have Matsui, normally a good bunter, move him up.
Pops it up again. Second time that it's gone back in the air, foul.
Kind of punched at it. This guy throws hard. You got to get your hands out in front of you at the top of the strike zone and kind of soften the ball when you catch it with the bat. You're asking for trouble if you start poking at a hard fastball, especially one up. Now 0-2. Let's see what they do.
Not bunting, swing away, the high chopper. Bell gets it and gets rid of it in a hurry. And he's able to get Matsui at first base, but in effect, Matsui ends up getting the job done as he gets the go-ahead run up into scoring position, and Corey Sullivan with now 1 out.
That's got to drive the Padres crazy. He's not able to get the bunt down, but he executes perfectly, bouncing one off home plate. Worked just fine.
Well, tough play for Bell, too. Had a back pedal up over the top of the mound to get that. Probably seemed like it was in the air forever. Went through a BB to first base and got the speedy Matsui for the first out. Well, you're starting to get into the heart of this Rockies order. Troy Tulowitzki coming up.
Hit .272 with runners in scoring position during the course of the year.
It was a home run shy of the cycle tonight. A single, a double, and a triple as the pitch straightens him up inside.
Got first base open, but you got the league's leading hitter and tied for the league lead in RBIs on deck. You'd much rather try to get Tulowitzki and then pitch around Holliday.
Back to the mound. Bell looks the runner back and fires to first for the second out.
Well done. Didn't panic. Looked like he might have a play out at second base, but it was going to be iffy. And now let's see how they work it. Pitching around Holliday with Helton on deck. Good reactions by Heath Bell here too. Just about got between his legs. And rather than try to hit the moving target Green, he got the easy out.
Now it's Matt Holliday with 2 outs in the 8th inning. A golden opportunity here for the Rockies. And it's sliced foul down the right field line.
We're going right after him. This is Buddy Black would much rather take advantage of this matchup, Heath Bell against Holliday, than anybody else against Todd Helton.
The Rockies are getting Corpus ready in their pen. And the chance that they take the lead, who knows, they may bring him in a tie situation as well, but it is 6-6 now as that pitch misses outside.
Keep in mind, Bell throws hard. The last pitch 96, but remember that good breaking ball, that hard breaking ball that he got Torey Alba on last inning. He could use that if he could somehow get ahead of Holliday, maybe get him to foul one off, come back with it.
Well, the catcher's mitt, and it's 1-2. Couldn't get it and pitched down and away.
Holliday trying to atone for that mistake he made in left field when he let Giles' ball sail over his head. Misread it.
And it tied the game for the Padres. Fouled off to the right, and it hangs at 1-2. Here's the misplay you were talking about, Joe.
Yeah, it was fought off by Giles. Didn't appear to be hit very hard, but boy, it carried almost to the warning track. And you could see that Holliday's first step was coming in and tried to retrace his steps, and the tying run scored on it. Holliday never has had a hit off Bell. 0 for 5.
Sullivan at second, the 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Bell has been huge.
Wow, what a job.
That is his 3rd strikeout in an inning and 2/3 as we remain tied up 6-6. All right, Ernie, thank you very much. Back here in Colorado, tied 6-6. You play 162 games. Here it is, the 163rd, and you're tied going to the 9th inning. Manny Corpus, the closer, is on now for the Rockies to work the 9th.
This guy throws a hard sinker, 92 to 95. He's got a tight slider. He's done a good job for them closing ball games.
Kevin Kuzminoff leading it off here for the Padres in the 9th. On the ground at Matsui. First out of the top of the 9th.
Just as this inning was beginning, Adrian Gonzalez was getting some words of encouragement from not such a likely hitting source, but from a pitcher, Greg Maddux, who may have watched some tape on Corpus to give him an idea of what he might see. Let's see if it works.
Found it so interesting, the comments of Bud Black about the contributions that Greg Maddux has made, not just on the pitching staff, but with the entire team.
Absolutely. He is a library of baseball knowledge, that man.
Adrian Gonzalez. And swinging a foul tip.
Going back to Cal's comments about the umpires that are brought in to work down the lines, I agree 100% with him. They're way too close to the first and third base umpire. If you're supposed to work the line, then get down the line, and there might be a play in the corner, or in this case a home run ball that came back.
I don't understand why the calls don't come from those guys down the left and right field lines. It was Sheeta that made the call. I understand if it's in center. Well, this one was down the left field line by the 390 marker.
I mean, there's only 15, 20 yards maybe separating Chuck Merriweather and Fielding Culbreth down the left field line there. It's not a big advantage to have that extra umpire.
On the ground, and a tough hop for Tulowitzki, who plays it and fires to first. That changed direction on him as he was moving to his right. It seemed to skip back, but he made the adjustment in the throw to get Gonzalez 2 down.
Boy, Rockies fans are getting used to seeing this. Great range to his right, as you said. Down the ball bounced back to his left, off balance, Big arm, strong arm, and an accurate one.
So 2 down and Khalil Green coming up. Green 1 for 4 on the night. The Padres shortstop swings at the first pitch and fouls it off.
Green 0 for 3 this year against Corpus. But he's a guy in a game like this where he can plug along. He's got his 1 for 4. You haven't seen much of him. You haven't heard much from him. And then all of a sudden, he launches one. Well, it's a gapper for you.
Broken bat, fly ball to right field. Hop is there, and he makes the catch. Corpus, the closer, has given the Rockies a 1-2-3 ninth. The Rockies coming up with a chance to move to the postseason, tied at 6. What a way to begin our coverage on TBS. Tied at 6 as we head to the last half of the 9th inning in Colorado in this National League wildcard tiebreaker game. And the regular season could come down to this last half inning. Todd Helton will lead it off. His 17th home run back in the 3rd.
Sorry, Don, I hate to bring this up, but in the one-game playoffs in Major League history, the previous 6 has only been one-run game. That was New York at Boston back in 1978. And tonight, we've got a gem. 6-6, bottom of the 9th. Heath Bell's longest outing of the year. 2 innings. Done it 6 times, and for all intents and purposes, he's already worked 2 innings tonight.
The first pitch to Helton is in there for a strike. And Todd Helton, rumored to be going every place to begin the season in possible deals. He stays here with the Rockies and now bats with a chance to put them into the postseason.
Meanwhile, the Philadelphia Phillies are at home waiting for the winner of this game. They're hoping they play about 25 innings and use up everybody and wear out.
After the 1-1 pitch, he pops it up, foul ground. That'll get back into the seats.
Can't say enough about what Heath Bell has done. 1st and 2nd, 1 out in the 7th, struck out 2. Gave up a leadoff walk in the 8th and pitched around that. Struck out Matt Holliday with a runner in scoring position to end that inning.
The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss.
Goodness.
95 on the fastball that strikes out Helton.
I'm not sure Buddy Black wants to even ask him if he wants to come out of the game. He might not have given Bud any opportunity to even ask him. Good running fastball there. Helton kind of had one thing in mind, and that was to win the ball game right there, and came up short.
Now it's Jamie Carroll. Came into the game to pinch run for Garrett Atkins in the 7th inning. And he takes strike 1 from Bell. Bell has equaled his longest outing of the season, 2 innings, and in the 2 innings has struck out 4 batters.
He came over from the Mets along with left-handed reliever Royce Ring, who's now with Atlanta, in exchange for Ben Johnson, an outfielder, and pitcher John Adkins. That was a great pickup by Kevin Powers for what Heath Bell has done for these Padres this year.
And on the hands and popped up, foul ground for Gonzalez, who runs it down for out number 2. So 2 down, and it'll bring up Brad Hop.
This guy's been tearing it up here in this ballpark in recent days. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of intentional passes tonight. Padres have worked around him. But 4 homers and 20 RBIs in his last 11 games at Coors Field. And a 467 average coming into this.
Bell's retired the last 5 batters he's faced. As Hop takes ball 1.
And again, this guy is a good fastball hitter and strong enough to go out around an outside fastball and pull it. With the way Bell's pitching right now, that would be pretty special if you can pull one of his fastballs, especially one away.
Well, the Rockies have used a total of 7 pitchers. The Padres have gone with 2. Jake Peavy for the first 6 1/3 innings. He has allowed the 6 runs that the Rockies have. And Heath Bell since then. The pitch is striking. It's 2-1.
Took a little off. 94 on that one. Needed a strike.
Missing up top. Bell has not been behind very much, but finds himself down 3-1.
Heath listed 6'3", 225. I think he's north of that 225, but whatever works for him, it's working tonight.
Inside, ball 4. The winning run to first base with 2 down in the 9th.
Like Darren Balsley's pitching coach is going out and have a chat with him with a pinch hitter coming up. Joe Kashansky's going to hit, and with Kashansky on deck, you can kind of understand why they weren't going to give Halt much to hit. With all due respect to Joe Kashansky.
Darren Balsley, who has the task of being the pitching coach for one of the game's best pitching coaches, and that Bud Black, who's now the manager, did such a fine job all those years as a pitching coach.
I asked Bud before the ball game, how does that work when you kind of check your pitching coach duties at the door and let your man handle things? And he said absolutely. He and Daryl Ackerfeld out on the bullpen do a great job handling the pitchers. He hasn't had to offer much at all.
Joe Kashansky, who's 1 for 11. And Bell, who got behind the last batter, Hop, coming right after Kashansky, who strike 1.
He had a big year in AAA. How about these guys from Colorado Springs and what opportunities they've had tonight? Seth Smith with the triple. Now Kashansky a chance to put his name in the record books forever for Colorado.
And so many of them have been part of this great run for the Rockies, winners of 13 of the last 14 games, to even put them in this spot tonight. A dugout that is at capacity, much like the bullpen.
Like we said, you never know where the hero is going to come from.
Kashansky strikes out, and it's the 5th K for Bell. This NL wildcard tiebreaker is headed for extra frames, tied at 6. Stay tuned after the game for Inside MLB as Ernie Johnson and Cal Ripken are in studio with highlights and reaction from tonight's wild card tiebreaker. And all the post-game reaction here from Coors Field and what has been a wild one tonight, tied up 6-6. And into the 10th inning we go. The new pitcher on for Colorado is Matt Hergis.
This guy's been around before too. Not his first rodeo. Just a 201 average against him on the year. Good stuff, throws hard, good slider.
Oscar Robles leading it off here for the Padres and taking strike 1 from Hergis.
Hergis has a good cutter too, and he'll use it on left-handers. And he's got a good changeup that he'll throw in any count.
On the ground softly at Matsui. He's got to hurry up, bobble, and throw that is just in time to get him. A tough time on the transition from the glove to the bare hand, but he gets the job done in the end.
Like he got in a little bit of a hurry, didn't it? Oh, it hit the edge of the grass. That's what happened. hit the lip of the grass and stayed real low. That's what threw him off. So a good adjustment by Kaz to handle that.
One down here in the 10th inning. Here's Jeff Blum. He was walked intentionally in the 3rd, singled in the 8th. He's been aboard twice. And the pitch high. The crowd wanted that one. It's 1-0.
I'm so used to seeing this hard stuff lately, Don, that 73-mile-an-hour pitch looked like a parachute ball or something.
Blum popping it up. Tulowitzki out, Holliday in, and Holliday settles underneath for out number 2. Termel Sledge will pinch hit.
Well, one thing's for sure, if he's been paying attention, he can pretty much be assured that he's going to get a changeup at some point. He can probably sit on it early in the count if he wants. I think the hard part right now for any of these hitters is not to overswing, trying to do too much, trying to hit one out at Coors Field to be the hero, instead of just staying with your swing. If you get a mistake, then jump on it, but otherwise you need base runners. A base runner is a rally.
Sledge batting for Brady Clark with 2 outs here in the top half of the 10th. Taking ball 1 from Hergis. Rockies getting a 1-2-3 9th inning from their closer, Manny Corpus. Now back into the pen for their 8th pitcher of the night in Hergis, who has the first 2 outs here in the 10th, but has fallen behind Termel Sledge 2-0.
And again, you can't get too carried away with the fact that he's fallen behind 2-0. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a fastball.
Inside, it's 3-0.
He did, but it was off the plate. Mentioned that the Padres had trouble throwing out base stealers, so have the Rockies. You get a runner on, you might try to go.
Sledge taking, and he takes ball 4. The Padres do have a run on to begin things here in the 10th.
Torrealba just 17% throwing out base stealers, 13 for 74, but what's more important, just 2 for his last 32. And are we going to have a pinch runner? Looks like we're waiting for somebody.
And McClellan looking into the Padres dugout. Mike Cameron is going to run.
How about that? You don't run on your thumbs most of the time. He's got that thumb braced up. Got stepped on by Milton Bradley.
We mentioned how frustrating it has been for Mike Cameron to be there all year, and you get to this part of the year and has been unable to play. Well, now he can contribute
in a big way. And that's certainly going to be a distraction for Hergis.
Barrett struck out in his only at bat tonight, back in the 8th inning. Strike 1 from Hergis.
Big slow lollipop curveball there, but he made a good pitch with it to get ahead in the count. If Cameron's going to go, Michael Barrett would like for him to go early in the count.
18 stolen bases in 23 tries.
Time called so that Cameron can put on a brace and protective glove, if you will, for his wrist. He's already got that protective sleeve on his right thumb.
Padres with only 55 stolen bases on the season. Not a big part of their day-to-day operations. To left field, Holliday was very deep, and that drops in for a base hit. And stumbling around second base is Cameron. He holds on there with a base hit to left field for Barrett. Holliday backed up deep in left to make sure nothing gets over his head.
Well, here's that man Giles again. He's the one that hit the ball over Holliday's head his last time up to tie the game, and now he's got a chance to put him on top.
All of this coming with 2 down in the inning, as the Padres get Trevor Hoffman up in their pen in anticipation that they could take a lead here in the 10th. Ball 1 to Giles.
He got outs with changeups to the first 2 hitters because they were chasing pitches like that and fell behind. Giles didn't offer. He was patient. That was not what he wanted. He's 3 for 10 in his career against Burgess.
There's a strike, and the count evens at 1-1 to Giles.
Another changeup. Look at Giles, though. He's right on top of the plate with that back foot. Got good plate coverage. Almost inviting Burgess to come in.
Burgess trying to get the plate and does not. Corey elbow was set up outside. It appeared to get the plate. As Clint Hurdle thought so, and it's now 2-1.
Brian Giles has got a definite idea of what he wants here. He's been being very patient. He has not offered at these off-speed pitches.
Offers at that and fouls it back to even the count at 2-2.
He had the luxury of trying to make her just get the ball up, whether it was a changeup or a breaking ball. That one was up a little bit, but right off the end of the bat, now it's a different story. 2-2 count. He can't be quite so picky.
Cameron at second base, Barrett at first base. 2 outs in the 10th. On the ground to short, Tulowitzki to second for the force out that ends the inning. Burgess out of the jam. Game remains tied 6-6.
Well, welcome back to extra innings here in Colorado. Mike Cameron win as a pinch hitter. We did not expect him to see action tonight, but he's staying in the ball game in center field. Now this could be very interesting if there's a ball hit out there. Remember, Milton Bradley stepped on his hand that same game that Milton Bradley was ejected from a couple of weeks ago. We thought Cameron, if the Padres were to advance, was going to go down to the instructional league and try to get some work there. But here he is playing a very possibly pivotal role in center field here in a defensive position in an extra inning game where the winner gets to advance.
Well, what a surprise this is after seeing him pinch run. Did not expect him to play defensively.
I'm really surprised. I'm watching him throw and the ball's coming out of his hand all right. But that's putting your season in the hands of a guy who's certainly not 100%, especially with his throwing hand.
And the Padres with a pitching change, just their 3rd pitcher of the night. After a great job by Heath Bello in 2 2/3, his longest outing of the season. Here's the veteran Doug Brocail.
Good numbers for Brocail as well. 3.12 ERA. Again, they had the top bullpen in the National League. They had the top ERA among any pitching staff in the National League, but their bullpen's been very good. And right now, in terms of who they've used and who they haven't, they've still got some of their big guys in the bullpen available, including their closer, while Colorado does not. But my, what a job by Heath Bell to hold Colorado and give his team a chance.
2 2/3, no hits, no runs. He did walk 2, but struck out 5. And he saved his longest outing of the year for the most important game of the year to date for the Padres. Yorbit Torrealba, who homered in the second inning, is 1 for 4 tonight and leads it off in the 10th. Take strike 1 from Brocail. Torrealba chops it softly at Kuzminov. 1 down in the 10th.
Brocail can rush it up there. Low to mid 90s. And move it in and out. Curveball, slider, change.
Well, he's got the first out here, the 10th inning. Corey Sullivan coming up. He walked in his first at bat back in the 8th inning, was left in scoring position. Slices it foul off to the left.
Keep in mind that Colorado made a defensive change earlier tonight too and took one of their big sticks out of the lineup in Garrett Atkins for defense. Jimmy Carroll's in there in the 5 spot in the order now.
Sullivan fouling off another, and it's 0-2. The top of the order for the Rockies waits on deck in Kaz Matsui.
This guy's like a leadoff hitter, though, Don. I mean, he's even with 1 out, he could get something going here with his speed. They could get him on, hit and run, try to manufacture a run. Although, again, that's not the style of either one of these 2 ball clubs.
Amazing after all the entire season not playing that way, you find yourself sometimes playing that way in these type games.
Well, it's so important. I mean, you get to the postseason, you may have a lot of thumpers like Colorado has, but in the postseason, you're running guys like Jake Beebe virtually every game, and you may not have big nights with the long ball, and you got to figure out a way to move runners up and get them in. And as I said, manufacture some runs. That's so important in the postseason. When you get opportunities, score runs.
Sullivan to right field. Giles is there to make the catch, and there's 2 down. So Brocail with the first 2 outs here in the 10th. And Kaz Matsui coming up. This capacity crowd from Coors Field, and the Rockies had a lead heading into the 8th inning, but the Padres tied the game. A ball off the bat of Brian Giles. It appeared Matt Holliday misplayed, started in a step or 2, ended up over his head, and the Padres tie the game it's in the 8th, 6-6, and here we are in the 10th with 2 outs. It's strike 1 to Matsui.
This guy's got some pop in his bat too. He's hit 4 home runs this year, but everybody is a potential game winner for the Rockies in this ballpark. Early in the count, he tends to just try to slap the ball and run.
Runs it inside, and the count evens at 1-1 now to Matsui. Matsui the double way back in the first inning. So a sacrifice fly tonight in the 6th. A 1-for-4 night. 2-1.
Something else to consider too, if the Phillies scouts didn't get to see enough of either one of these two teams down the stretch, they're getting a look at everybody one more time tonight before that series starts Wednesday.
Popped up, short left. Green in behind third, makes the catch that ends the inning. It's a 1-2-3 10th. We head for the 11th, but first let's send it to Ernie Johnson of the Atlanta for a TBS game break.
All right, thank you very much, Don. Ernie Johnson and Cal Ripken back here with you. In top half of that inning, a surprise to everybody watching when Mike Cameron entered that game. He's been out with ligament damage in his right thumb, but he comes into pinch run, and maybe that wasn't as big a surprise as the fact that he's going into the game.
Yeah, his thumb on his throwing hand is bothered, and he had a brace on his left hand, I guess, to brace himself in case he had to slide. But he's throwing the ball seemingly pretty well right there, and you know, certainly the center field has impacted this game here a little bit. Brady Clark had a rough inning once. This was Troy Tulowitzki, I'll pronounce that right. That played into a double and scored. This ball goes over his head, plays into a triple. Doesn't catch it and comes into triple, he scores.
And he wasn't done yet.
No. Then there's a fly ball here to shallow center. Got a shot at him at the plate, tagging up. He's got a chance to throw him out. He goes, takes a chance. The ball's just a little bit offline, and he scores.
That gave Colorado the 6-5 lead.
And this didn't hurt him. This didn't end up hurting him, but the ball close to the wall, comes up, jumps, and just misses it.
And there was Mike Cameron at that point saying, boy, if we lose this game, and nobody happier than Brady later when Holliday let the ball go over his head in left field, which tied the game and got him off the hook.
It's kind of unfair, though. Mike Cameron is one of the best center fielders to play. And so, you know, making that sort of comparison, it's a tough situation to be in. But certainly, they're tied. Everything's even right now.
And so this is quite a way to start this stuff in the tiebreaker, and we're all tied up. We're going to the 11th inning, and we're heading back to Coors Field. Back to you, Don.
Ernie, I was just thinking last time that I saw you and Cal, rain delays, extra innings, all-star announcements. I don't know what it is about you guys, but something about that.
Took a little while.
Yeah.
Well, tonight is going to take a little while, and nobody minds as we're in extra frames tonight, about to start the 11th inning. This turned out to be a very good ball game.
It's been fun to watch, and a lot of excitement, a lot of pressure on both sides. Everybody trying to make all the plays they need to. Nobody seems to be able to get a leadoff man aboard where they might be able to move somebody up and get a clutch hit.
And Matt Hergis returning to the hill as he pitched the 10th and bounces one in here to begin the 11th. Scott Hairston in the game tonight. He is 1 for 5, a single back in the 3rd inning. Just walking Termel Sledge in the 10th inning. Was able to get out of the jam.
He doesn't want one here with the leadoff man, but both sides trying real hard to get that leadoff guy on.
Hairston taking, and he takes the strike. It's 2-1.
Just normally not a guy you worry about with bases on balls. He's around the plate.
On the ground at third base, bobbled for the moment by Carroll, stays with it. The throw is going to be not in time. Pulled the foot. Did Todd Helton. It was off the mark. He had to hurry it after the bobble, and it pulls Helton off the bag, and the lead runner is on for the Padres here in the 11th inning.
Rockies had Carroll guarding the line, or this was going to be an extra base hit, but he was right there, recovered, and then the throw was wide of the mark, and Todd Helton did his dead level best to try to keep his foot on the bag and couldn't. Ed Montague hustling around to get a good look and saw that his foot was nowhere near the base. E5.
So the miscue for Carroll, and the lead runner on for the Padres here in the 11th inning. Now Kevin Kuzminoff The bunt, and off the mound quickly as Herges took a look at second, but then fires to first for the shore out.
I like this play, and it certainly sets up an opportunity for Clint Hurdle to pitch around Gonzalez with first base open. I don't think the Padres have the luxury of worrying about that right now. You're on the road. You got a chance to take the lead. Even if they pitch around your cleanup hitter, you got Khalil Green on deck. He's been just as clutch for your team all year long. Let's see how the Rockies play it. They are going to put him on.
Not going to take their chances with Adrian Gonzalez, who has already made them pay earlier in the game. The grand slam back in the third inning. And they won't have the opportunity this time, as they intentionally will put him on. Khalil Green waits on deck, as you mentioned. Certainly another threat, as Green with 27 home runs of his own on the season.
Like I said, if you at the very start of the broadcast tonight, the big guys were Giles, Gonzalez, and Green. They've all had pretty good nights, but it's an opportunity for Khalil to have a real good night. He's driven in 97 runs this year. Why not give him an opportunity to put him ahead?
Trevor Hoffman back up in the Padres pen once again. He's been up a couple of times in anticipation of a Padres lead.
I've seen a lot of off-speed pitches from Herges tonight. Straight changeup, slow curve. Let's see how he starts Green, and Khalil 2 for 11 in his career against him.
Green 1 for 5 in tonight's game. Grounds it foul outside of third. Padres are 3 for 13 tonight with runners in scoring position.
They've had some opportunities, but were it not for that big blow by Gonzalez, the grand slam, they wouldn't even still be playing.
They got down early tonight, 3-0 before coming back. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Back-to-back fastballs at 90. Khalil struck out back in the 7th against LaTroy Hawkins. All hard stuff. Maybe that's in Torrey Alba's mind, just to stay there with that stuff. I wouldn't give him anything to hit here, though. See if he'll chase something bad.
The 0-2 pitch to Khalil Green. Doesn't chase. And then it's 1-2. Morgan Ensberg has come out on deck. Season in which Khalil Green has had a career high in home runs, RBIs. A chance here to do damage in the 11th. Away again. And it's 2-2.
And I think when the crowd roared, it kind of scared Khalil that he thought Tim McClellan had called that a strike. He snapped his head back and looked at him, and it was just the crowd reacting to the fact that it wasn't a strike. But now he's got the count back even. Still got to think about maybe middle of the plate away and react then to anything inside if they try to jam him.
Green grounds it to third. Carroll will tag third and fire to first for the double play. 5-3 on the DP that concludes the top half of the 11th. The Rockies coming up with another chance, tied 6-6. Fans, log on to TBS Hot Corner at MLB.com as Padres relief pitcher Trevor Hoffman breaks down the art of pitching with Alyssa Milano. Hoffman's been up a couple of different times in anticipation that the Padres may take the lead. They have not. And he sits back down again with the jacket on again. Doug Brookale back out there for San Diego. And he's got a deal with the top part of this Colorado Rockies order. It's Tulowitzki, Holliday, and Helton. 2, 3, and 4 expected here in the last half of the 11th inning.
They're a combined 1 for 9 against Brookale. But this is the murderer's row for the Colorado Rockies. Part of their order.
Tulowitzki right in front of home plate. Brookale picks it up and throws just in time to get him. Nice play by Brookale. He may have hurt himself in the process. A little slow to get up, but what a play. Had to fire a BB to first and got it done.
Hurt his leg. Maybe when he planted and threw back to first base, may have twisted his knee. Great play. Seen several good plays tonight from both sides on swinging bunts. And he had to push off his right leg here. I couldn't tell if his ankle rolled. Didn't look like it. Looked like maybe just the knee. Buying some time, let it calm down, see if he needs to throw a pitch or two. But Black certainly doesn't want him to stay out there if he's not 100%.
This is not the time.
No, too much on the line here.
He was retired all 4 batters that he has faced coming into the game.
It's his back leg, his push-off leg.
From Bud Black, I'm not taking any chances here.
And Doug Brookale's a veteran and knows enough not to run the risk of causing his team harm as well, but he says he's okay.
Hard enough to face this next guy without having any kind of ailment. Matt Holliday bats with 1 out and the base is empty.
Padres trying to get the attention of Hairston out in left field to back up, play deep, concede a single with this guy, but try to cut down on any extra base hits.
They're playing no doubles as they are deep and straight away all the way around the outfield for the Padres.
When you play deep in this ballpark, you're almost out of sight.
Swing and a miss. 92 on the fastball from Brookale.
No ill effects from that play he made. He's driving hard off that back leg.
On a night when Jake Peavy was not Jake Peavy, going 6 1/3 innings, giving up the 6 runs that the Rockies have. Heath Bell, first guy out of the bullpen for a bullpen that has been incredible for the Padres. 2 2/3, giving up no hits, no runs. And now Brookale has been out there for an inning and a third, working to Matt Holliday with Todd Helton waiting on deck. Holliday strikes out for the 2nd out of the inning.
Good pitch by Brookale. Boy, what a job Heath Bell and Doug Brookale have done. Just a little off the plate, just out of his reach, knowing that Holliday's really only got one thing on his mind, and that was to be a hero there.
So 2 down for Todd Helton, who homered back in the 3rd inning. Well, he's out after that first pitch, sending it foul.
This game goes much longer. That batting title will come into question again too. Holliday's inching a little closer downward toward Chipper Jones. He's 1.5 ahead right now.
In his 163rd game of the year for both the Padres and Rockies in this 1-game playoff. As it's ball 1 now to Helton, and it's 1-1.
Got to be smart here. This guy's such a good hitter, has power to all fields, and you've got the defensive replacement, Jamie Carroll, on deck. If Helton helps you out, chases a bad pitch, so be it.
A home run for Helton back in the 3rd inning was his 17th home run of the year. One of 2 tonight for the Rockies. Kale falls behind 3-1. Ball 4, he walks him. Very careful with Helton, as you mentioned, with Carroll waiting on deck. No reason to give him anything to hit there, and he is aboard with 2 outs in the 11th.
When you've got a choice of trying to pitch to Helton to avoid the season ending and Jamie Carroll, this is your choice, and he may very well find a gap and drive Helton in, but the odds are in your favor that you might get him instead of Helton if you pitch to him. And we've been bragging on Heath Bell and Doug Roqueo. How about the job the bullpen's done for the Rockies too? They got Brian Fuentes gave up the tainted run in the 8th inning when the ball sailed over Holliday's head. But they came in the 6th inning and given up only 1 run. Buchholz, Affeldt, Spire, Hawkins, Fuentes, Corpus, and Hergis.
Both the Pens have been very good tonight. Carroll slices it foul off to the right as he came into the game to pinch run in the 7th inning. Garrett Atkins, and then fouled out in his only at bat for first baseman Adrian Gonzalez in the 9th. And it's towel biting time here in the 11th inning, tied 6-6.
Yes, it is.
1-1 to Carroll.
Just a little bit of pacing going on all over the place, both dugouts.
Carroll to right field. Giles is over, but it's going to get in for a hit. Helton will stop at second base. And it's 1st and 2nd as the inning continues for the Rockies here in the 11th. All of this coming with 2 down.
I wonder if Helton forgot how many outs there were, because he didn't have to wait to see this ball drop. No, he's running. He just didn't take a chance on getting thrown out at third base to end the inning. He's the winning run in scoring position. That's good enough by him.
Bud Black out again to make the switch here as Tim McClellan gets the word from Black. They will make the pitching change. Looks like Thatcher will be coming on for the Padres. It is a 1st and 2nd situation with 2 outs in the 11th. The potential winning run for the Colorado Rockies in scoring position at second base. The pitching change from Coors Field in Denver. Six to 6 the score here in the bottom of the 11th inning, with the Rockies threatening with 2 on and 2 outs. And one of these 2 teams will be headed to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies in the first game of the division series on Wednesday at 3 o'clock. And this is how they have done against the Phillies. The Padres 3-4, while the Rockies with a winning record of 4-3. And one of these teams will be headed in that direction. Right now, Clint Hurdle has runners at 1st and 2nd with 2 outs in the 11th as the Padres bring on Joe Thatcher.
He came over from Milwaukee in the Scott Linebrink deal, and he's been pretty good for these guys, especially as a situational pitcher to left-handed hitters. He's got a 3/4 arm angle, throws strikes, makes it tough on lefties to pick the ball up from that angle. But it's an interesting situation here for Brad Hawpe. Brad Hawpe this year was struggling so much against left-handed pitchers that he got started getting pinch hit for, even to the point where he wasn't starting against some left-handed starters. But lately, he's come around. Had 2 big hits yesterday off left-handed pitchers that accounted for what turned out to be the go-ahead runs for the Rockies in their wins over the Diamondbacks. So here's that situation again, and getting another chance against a left-handed pitcher.
And Hop has walked 3 times in the game. He's also fouled out, struck out. Swing and a miss.
Pretty good fastball there from Thatcher. From that angle, throwing 90 to 92. Not what you expect.
Swing and a miss, and it's quickly 0-2.
Bob got a good pitch to hit there, it looked like, and missed it.
Well, 2 outs here in the 11th inning. The potential winning run at second base in Todd Helton. Jamie Carroll at first base, 2 down.
And you don't have to throw a strike here.
And he doesn't. 1-2.
He's got a pretty good slider too. Let's see if he uses it here. Not that he was under it, pushed it up a little bit.
Two and two the count to Brad Hop. 2 outs here in the 11th inning.
A little bit like Khalil Green's at bat when he fell behind with 2 out.
Hop strikes out. Joe Thatcher able to get him as the Rockies strand a pair to end the 11th, remaining tied at 6. They now send it back to Atlanta and Ernie Johnson for a TBS game break.
And if this is any indication of how things are going to be when they crank up Wednesday, I cannot wait. TBS MLB On Deck presented by Chevrolet at 2:30 Wednesday afternoon. Then we've got the winner of this game taking on the Phillies in Game 1. Game 1 of the Angels-Red Sox series. Game 1 between the Cubs and the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed by Inside MLB. How about Game 1 of that Red Sox-Angels series, Cal? And you got Josh Beckett, the Cy Young favorite, taking on John Lackey of the Angels.
That ought to be a really great matchup. It ought to be a really great series. I don't think the Angels have played well in Fenway. But certainly you erase all that history and you come out and during the playoff time and you just lay it on the line. It ought to be a great series.
What else grabs your attention at this point? When you say, okay, we got these series coming up, when you look at the Yankees, for instance, is this a year that Alex Rodriguez busts out in the postseason?
Well, for his sake, I hope so. I mean, he is the game's greatest players, and all he has to do is perform in the postseason. Easier said than done. They try to pitch him a little bit tougher. They don't give in as much. I mean, he's a target from the strategic side of the other team as well. So it's not so easy for him to snap his fingers and make it happen.
Yankees taking on a Cleveland team which is kind of overlooked at this point. Now we head to the 12th inning. A lot of players have seen action in this thing. What is going to tip the scale one way or the other?
Well, usually an error or letting the team get back into the game, whatever else, a base running mistake, a wild pitch, something like that might energize the team to get over the hump. Swings are getting long right now. Seems like everybody's trying to end it with one swing. A lot more strikeouts right now. Pitching is dominating. So I suspect the small ball might win this game.
38 players have seen action at this point. I think the only player we haven't seen is Hope Solo. Let's go back to Coors Field. We're going to the 12th. Take it away, Don.
All right, Ernie, thank you very much. Tied up 6-6 here in the top half of the 12th inning. The hour's getting late as the Rockies and Padres play to the 12th inning. Matt Herges back out there in the series we're looking forward to. We haven't talked much about the Cubs and the Diamondbacks, and that should be a good one too.
I'm excited about that one, and that's one maybe that nobody's talking enough about because of what the Diamondbacks did to win their division and what the Cubs did to come back and win their division. Both teams had to fight hard right to the very end.
Morgan Ensberg leading it off here in the 12th inning. And taking ball 1 from Matt Herges.
Herges' longest outing of the year is 3 innings. He's now working on his 3rd inning. That was August 8th against Milwaukee, but has not given up an earned run in his last 8 innings over 5 outings, including tonight.
Ball and a strike to Morgan Ensberg.
Ensberg picked up from the Astros after they designated him for assignment. Astros made a deal for Ty Wigginton, made Ensberg expendable.
Just missing off the outside edge, and it's 2-1.
You know, Hergis wanted that pitch. Ensberg, good fastball hitter, middle of the plate in, good power. Hit 12 homers overall, 4 for San Diego, 8 for Houston.
Fouls it off. Backing out of play, and it's 2-2. The second baseman, Jeff Blum, waits on deck. Padres tied this game up 6-6 in the 8th inning. And here we sit in the 12th.
Wow.
The check if he went, no. The answer from Ed Montague, and it's a full count.
Let's take a look at this. Good changeup. I don't know how he laid off the pitch, but it looked like he did stop. Good call. Not too many inside out swings working right now. Everybody's trying to turn on the ball and lift.
Ball 4. Lead runner on for the Padres. What a way to begin our coverage tonight on TBS. The NL wildcard tiebreaker game from Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Don Orsillo, Joe Simpson, and Craig Sager. As this one has gone into the 12th inning to decide who the National League wildcard representative will be. Yeah, deadlocked at 6 here in the 12th inning. Lead runner on for the Padres. And it brings up the second baseman, Jeff Blum. He's squaring and drops it down the third baseline. Carroll took a look at second, but fires to first, and the sacrifice. And moves Ensberg in a scoring position with 1 down.
This is Cameron's spot in the order, but as we were curious earlier about him staying in the game to play defense, it's quite apparent that he can't swing the bat. So Brian Myro will pinch hit for him. This guy had a whale of a year at Portland this year at .354, 13 homers, and won the PCL batting title.
One for 9 so far.
Perhaps a scouting report here from Bob Apodaca. Got a right-hander on deck in Michael Barrett, who is not all that fleet of foot. So in other words, if you fall behind or if you make a mistake to Myro, or if you to avoid making a mistake to Myro, we got first base open rather than give in to him.
We're coming up as part of the September call-ups on the 1st of September.
You know, he was well schooled in the dugout from the veteran hitters about what to expect from Hergis. Hergis likes to throw that cutter in, but he hasn't been all that sharp with it tonight to left-handers.
Breaking ball missing outside for ball 1 to Myro.
Hard to be patient in this situation, Don, when you're a young guy like Myro and you're trying to do something special for your team and your city, and you got to wait for a good pitch to hit.
Takes that one for a strike, and the count evens at 1-1.
Good pitch. I kind of expect Burgess just to live out there right now. If he gets strikes called, fine. If he doesn't, fine.
Mentioned Michael Barrett waits on deck with 1 out. Staying out there again and missing. 2-1. There's Barrett. Came into the game back in the 8th inning. And is 1 for 2 so far since coming back in. A strikeout victim in the 8th.
Had a base hit off Burgess in the 10th.
Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Expected to get a good pitch, and again Burgess didn't give in. Threw that changeup about shoe top high.
A go-ahead run in scoring position for the Padres with 1 out in the 12th inning. Myro strikes out. Burgess with a big strikeout. It's the 2nd out of the top of the 12th.
What an excellent pitch, and another changeup that he could afford to run off the plate outside. Myro never got a piece of one. A veteran handling a rookie there.
Now Michael Barrett the bats with 2 outs. Morgan Ensberg at second base. And a strikeout and a single, and 2 at bats since coming in.
For Myro, though, that goes to what I was saying a minute ago about patience and trying to be too aggressive, do too much with pitches. They got the best of him. Morgan Ensberg out at second base, a veteran and a good base runner. Knows he needs to get a good lead here, and with 2 out, he doesn't have to wait to see if the ball's going to drop. If it gets the outfield, they're not holding him too close.
Missing again away, and it's 2-0 now to Barrett.
Tim McClellan's so deliberate on his strike calls that Torrey Alba comes up out of his crouch, and he's like kind of waiting to hear the call, and when it doesn't come, he kind of goes into a little bouncing routine. Oh.
Away again, and it's now 3-0.
Green light here?
Won't be a bad idea.
I don't think so either. Michael Barrett, though, has got to shrink his strike zone down to a real small spot and just look for a pitch right in an area that he knows he can handle it. If it's not there, take it.
He got it where he wanted it, and it's a strike. 3-1.
No harm done. Same routine here.
Ensberg with his walking lead off second base with 2 outs here in the 12th.
Barrett can afford the luxury of looking for something off speed here too. 3-1. Knowing that he's got another pitch to work with if they cross him up and throw a fastball. But with all the changeups and curveballs from Burgess so far tonight, might not be a bad idea.
Clint Hurl has gotten great work out of Matt Burgess in this bullpen tonight. Barrett lines it foul back down into the seats. He was reaching for that one, and it's a full count.
Yeah, he got a changeup that was up and out over the plate. Had he been looking for it, maybe thinking about going up the middle or to right center field, it was like on a tee for him, and he was very upset with himself. Now he doesn't have that luxury. He'll look for the fastball and adjust if it's something off speed.
Go ahead run in scoring position, but Torrealba's being called out by Hergis.
Have a little trouble with the signs, I think, because the runner's at second base and they don't want to get crossed up here. Not now.
He's been out there a while too. Had a chance to take a good long look.
46 pitches for Hergis, 24 balls, 22 strikes. But so far he's still blanking them. And nobody's gone home.
This capacity crowd at Coors Field. Hoping the Rockies can get out of this jam. 3-2. Broken bat grounder at Tulowitzki. Slowly hit, but Barrett slowly running, and he is out. Matt Hergis, and the Rockies do indeed get out of the jam in the top of the 12th. We head to the bottom of the 12th, tied at 6. MLB postseason begins Wednesday right here on TBS. We'll have the triple-header action of the National American League Division Series. Padres or Rockies against the Phillies at 3. Angels and Red Sox at 6:30. Cubs and Diamondbacks at 10 Eastern. Coverage begins at 2:30 Eastern. The TBS MLB on deck, presented by Chevrolet. Into the last half of the 12th inning. Joe Thatcher back on the hill for the Padres, who could not take the lead in the top half of this inning after getting the lead runner on. Jason Lane has taken over in center field.
After the injuries to Cameron and Milton Bradley, the Padres needed some depth, need some help. They got Jason Lane from Houston.
Jeff Baker, who leads it off here in the bottom of the 12th inning.
Just a reminder too that these rosters are as full as they can be. They've got a lot of people to pick from tonight because it is considered a regular season game, and rules apply just roster wise, just like they do in September.
Baker is known more for his offense, pretty good power. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-1.
He missed some time, was on the disabled list, suffered a concussion back in August.
Hit in the head by Cubs pitcher Jason Marquis. Three and one.
Thatcher did a great job striking out Haupt in the 11th with runners aboard. But now needs to get back to firing strikes.
Padres have used only 4 pitchers tonight. Jake Peavy surrendering all 6 runs in 6 1/3 in an un-Jake Peavy-like outing. And Heath Bell 2 2/3. Doug Brocail an inning and 2/3. And Thatcher came on last inning and is able to strike out Baker to begin things here in the bottom of the 12th.
These two bullpens have been unbelievable. Fastball out on the outside part. It looks like a slider because of the angle from his release, but good fastball right at 90. Might have been a ball because it was high. Baker couldn't lay off.
Well, Thatcher has struck out both batters he's faced. Haupt to end the 11th. Baker to start the 12th. And here's Torrealba. Take strike 1. Torrealba homered back in the 2nd inning, his 8th home run of the year. It is 1 for 5 on this long night.
8 strikeouts for the Padres bullpen tonight. Torrealba having a little chat with himself, upset that he got out too fast on that pitch, not waiting. As we said an inning or so ago, not too many guys taking an inside-out approach. Not too many right-handed hitters thinking about right center right now. Everybody's thinking about the bleachers and ending it.
Down 0-2, but works it back even 2-2 now to Torrealba. Sullivan waiting on deck. Torrealba out towards center field. Jason Lane moves over and makes the catch for out number 2.
That's a tough spot for a guy like Jason Lane, who's relatively new to the ball club. Your team has been playing all night. You're in the bottom of the 12th, and you're asked to come in and play defense and not make a mistake that costs San Diego the season and a chance to advance. That's pretty heavy.
Corey Sullivan with 2 outs and the base is empty here in the bottom of the 12th. Thatcher starts off ahead. He's retired all 3 batters he's faced. 14 strikeouts tonight for Padres pitching. Did he go? Yes, he did, says Chuck Merriweather. And Sullivan finds himself down 0-2.
Tough to pick up the pitches from Thatcher for these lefties. Get out there too fast, and the ball just kind of hangs out there, that breaking ball. It's a real sweeper to the lefties.
Struck him out, and down go the Rockies in order in the 12th inning. We'll head to the 13th, tied 6-6. Well, in the second inning of this one, Torrealba able to go deep for a home run and put the Rockies on top 3-0 at the time, but back would come the Padres. Adrian Gonzalez with a big blast, a grand slam, his 30th home run of the year. And it was a 4-3 advantage, and then 5-3 when Todd Helton brings back the Rockies within a run, his 17th home run of the year to make it 5-4. The Rockies would pull ahead in this one. As coming around to score from second base, Troy Tulowitzki. Giles with the Padres trailing 6-5 sends this one over the head of Matt Holliday in left field. And that's what tied the game in the 8th inning. This played by Holliday, who had started in a step or two, ended up over his head. And it is 6-6. As we head to the 13th inning. On now for the Rockies is Jorge Julio.
He's a guy that's been a closer in the past for different teams. Came from Florida for Yun-Hyun Kim. Throws hard, low to mid-90s. He's made an adjustment though on where he pitches from. He's moved to the right side of the pitching rubber, and it's helped him with his control of his slider. But he has some control issues. He's walked 30 this year in 62 innings overall.
He's always been a guy who can throw very hard. At one time, the closer for the Baltimore Orioles. But moved out of that spot. The emergence of B.J. Ryan at the time, and quite frankly, his wildness in that capacity. He's falling behind 2-0 to leadoff hitter Brian Giles.
And he'll get a visit from the kid.
Tulowitzki, who does not act like a kid in any way, shape, or form.
No, he's beyond his years and experience. Brian Giles with a good eye too, always among the league leaders in walks.
Makes the strike that time, and it's 2-1.
Since that run in the 8th inning, scored on Giles hit over the head of Holliday. Holliday's had to live with every excruciating pitch along the way too, hoping that it doesn't cost his team.
Ball 4, and for the second straight inning, check that, third straight inning, the Padres got the lead runner on. So Giles down to first base with the walk.
Good bunter in Hairston.
One for 6 is Scott Hairston tonight. No single way back in the third inning. He reached on an error in the 11th, and the Padres left him in scoring position in the 11th inning. They lead Morgan Ensberg in scoring position in the 12th. And Julio continues to be wild and not close.
No reason to try and bunt if he can't throw a strike.
Chase Headley, a pinch hitter, has come out on deck.
Well, let's see how Bud Black plays this with the wildness of Julio if he wants to see if he can throw a strike. Sometimes just showing bunt will distract the pitcher enough.
Hairston swinging away, sends it out towards deep left field. Back goes Matt Holliday. That ball is up and that ball is gone. A 2-run home run for Scott Hairston has propelled the San Diego Padres to an 8-6 lead here in the 13th inning. Jorge Julio wild, and Hairston takes him out of the yard to give the Padres the lead.
And right after Torey Alba had gone out to talk to Jorge Julio, he gets a fastball right down the middle and did not miss it. Nice, easy swing. This one hits on the padding, I think, also, Don, but it bounced over the fence. This break went for the Padres. That bounced on and appeared on the yellow line and went out.
Well, we talked about the pop that Scott Hairston has added to this lineup that was needing some pop throughout the year. His 8th home run with the Padres. As Julio continues to be wild, he misses inside. He's going to bring Bob Apodaca out to talk to him.
Maybe he can do something that Tulowitzki and Torey Alba were unable to do.
One thing the Padres can do, they have gotten Trevor Hoffman up several times in anticipation of the lead. They now have it, as they have not yet used their great closer.
No, they haven't. Remember earlier tonight, Garrett Atkins hit a ball that bounced on the railing out there in left center field and came back onto the field to play. Hairston's appeared to bounce on top of the fence and go out.
A strike, and it's 1-1. Take a look again at the home run that is the difference in this one.
Nope, fan caught it just above there, so it cleared.
The Padres, who have had their chances in the 11th and the 12th, lead runner on. They had left a runner in scoring position twice, and now looking to add on to it. As this is into right field, as Chase Headley's got himself a base hit, and Julio has not been the answer for the Colorado Rockies here in the 13th.
What a thrill for Chase Headley, who was the Texas League Player of the Year. At .330 at San Antonio. Well, the bullpen work for both sides has been so good. Somewhere along the line, somebody was going to give up some damage, and Julio was way out of control, couldn't throw strikes, and when he did, he got hurt.
The 9th pitcher that Clint Hurdle uses is the one that could cost him the wild card. Jorge Julio heads off. It's the Padres on top now, 8-6 in the 13th. 8-6. Scott Hairston has put the Padres on top in the top half of the 13th with his home run. And this one just getting out of here to left field.
Fastball 94, turned on it. Again, didn't take a huge swing, just got it out front. And the ball jumped, just clearing the wall out in deep left center. And Hairston, what numbers, unbelievable. That's his 8th homer. RBI's 19 and 20 in 31 games. 8 homers, 20 RBIs, 31 games for a guy who was basically dispatched from Arizona. They couldn't use him. What a pickup.
New pitcher on now for the Rockies is Ramon Ortiz.
He has not pitched in a while. Hasn't been out there since the 15th of September against Florida.
It was a tall task of facing Adrian Gonzalez. There's still nobody out. Jorge Julio faced 3 batters. The leadoff walk to Giles, the 2-run home run for Hairston, and a pinch hit single for Chase Headley, who now stands at first base, held on by Helton. One and one to Gonzalez. Well, Gonzalez with a grand slam back in the 3rd inning.
This Padre team set out on a season-ending road trip after a huge confrontation in San Diego where Milton Bradley was injured. Mike Cameron injured in the same game. They go to San Francisco. They get a late inning home run from Brian Giles to keep some life. Remember, they started out this road trip on the 24th of September. 3 games in San Francisco, 4 in Milwaukee. Now they come to Colorado. They play at least 13 innings, and they've got a chance to keep the road trip alive and go to Philadelphia.
Outside ball 3, and it's a full count. They have had to battle back here after a couple of losses in Milwaukee when they had chances to wrap it up on a couple of different occasions. They've done it the tough way. And 3 outs away from getting to Philadelphia as they try to add on to this 2-run advantage in the 13th inning. Swing and a miss. So Ramon Ortiz able to strike out Adrian Gonzalez. That's the first out of the 13th. So 1 down, and it brings up Khalil Green. Green tonight with a single back in the 3rd inning. And is 1 for 6 in the ball game as he pops one up foul back and out of play.
What a thrill it must be for the entire Hairston family, because they are a baseball family. Starting with grandfather Sam Hairston, played in the big leagues. Dad Jerry, his brother Jerry Jr. Quite a baseball family, and maybe the biggest hit for any of them tonight.
Green lifts a fly ball to left field. Matt Holliday settles underneath it. Yeah, makes the catch for the 2nd out. What a great season it has been for Matt Holliday. A tough play back in the 8th inning. The ball at him that ended up over his head, which tied the game and put this one into extra innings as it turned out. And now the Rockies are dealing with a 2-run deficit in the 13th inning.
And the top of their order due up in the bottom half of the inning.
Matsui, Tulowitzki, Holliday. Everybody gets on. Helton will have a chance.
I'm not sure they'd like it any other way with it if they can get somebody on for their home run hitters. This game's certainly not over.
Well, they got the right people coming up.
The Padres have their right men coming in.
Morgan Ensberg lifts a fly ball to shallow center field, and it's the shortstop Tulowitzki who takes charge. It is the Padres, thanks to the 2-run home run by Scott Hairston, who've taken an 8-6 lead as we head to the bottom of the 13th. But first, we send it to Atlanta. Ernie Johnson for a TBS game break.
All right, thank you very much, Don, here with Cal Ripken, and he had an inkling that things were going to go a little shaky for the Rockies in the top half of that inning. Jorge Julio on in relief, and you didn't like what you saw right off the bat.
Well, Jorge has a great arm. He comes in, but he has a tendency to overthrow every once in a while. When he gets his body way out in front like that, the ball goes up and away from a lefty or up and into a righty. I still can't believe that Scott Harrison was ready for this fastball here. He might have let up a little bit to get one over the plate, and boom, he leans back, didn't bunt, hit a home run.
And he has been clutch. 3 home runs in the last week. Also, when they swept the Pirates 2 weeks ago, he had a 3-run walk-off homer. The other day against Milwaukee, a 3-run double in the course of another victory. So he's come up huge for them.
Well, I mean, I played against his dad, good fastball hitter. I played teammates with his brother, Jerry. He's a good fastball hitter. And certainly right there, he proved that Scott proved that he's a fastball hitter.
So the San Diego Padres, who have played 21 games in 21 days, could be on the brink of clinching the National League wild card. They have a 2-run lead as we go to the bottom half of the 13th. And everybody knows what that means as far as the San Diego bullpen goes.
The all-time saves leader, 524 saves. And he is in here in this situation. Trevor Hoffman finally, as he had warmed up a good 3 times waiting for the Padres to take the lead. They have 8-6 in the 13th, and it's Trevor Hoffman time.
It's the guy you want out there if you're a San Diego fan, no doubt about it, no matter what happened Saturday in Milwaukee when they were 1 out away from clinching their playoff berth, only to have Tony Gwynn Jr. spoil it with a triple into the right field corner. He's going for his 43rd save of the year. Lots of change-ups. Doesn't throw as hard as he used to. Had shoulder problems a few years ago. But still that outstanding change-up.
There have been times where he's blown 2 or 3 save opportunities in a row, but then seems to settle down. A huge opportunity here for the San Diego Padres. It's Kaz Matsui who leads it off in the bottom of the 13th inning. Matsui with a double way back in the 1st inning. And it's 2-0.
He'll throw a cutter once in a while to a left-handed hitter just to show him something different. Once in a while a curveball, but it's usually the changeup that does the work.
Drops it in there for a strike, and it's 2-1.
And that's about where he is with his fastball, mid-80s. 85, 86.
He's 1-0 with 3 saves in 5 games against the Rockies this season. Matsui's fouling it down the left field line, backing out of play, and it's 2-2.
Hoffman, a guy who started his professional career as an infielder, before switching to pitching.
His change has worked out all right for him.
That's worked out okay, I'd say. Matsui's got to figure out a way to get on.
Fouls off another, continuing the at-bat here at 2-2. And what a job the bullpen has done tonight for the San Diego Padres. After Jake Peavy was not exactly Jake Peavy-like, giving up 6 runs in 6 1/3. Heath Bell, Doug Brickale, Joe Thatcher, all outstanding, leading to Trevor Hoffman. Matsui out towards right center field. That's going to get down into the gap to the track on the wall. Jason Lane grabs it, but not before Kaz Matsui stands at second base with a double to begin the bottom of the 13th.
Game's not over. Looked like he left a pitch up, and Matsui, with that quick top hand, came through it nicely. Wanted it down and away, but it was up. Good job by Matsui to fight off a bunch of pitches before getting one he could handle. And now you've got some thumpers coming up that all represent the tying run against the greatest closer saves-wise in history.
Troy Tulowitzki takes ball one. Hoffman's been behind the first two batters he's faced.
Tulowitzki 0 for 1 in his career against Hoffman. Holliday just 1 for 10, but Todd Helton in the hole at the moment, 13 for 22.
It's a strike in there, and it's 1-1.
As long as you're ahead in the count against Hoffman, you can afford to be patient, hoping he makes another mistake up. Makes it a pitch that you can handle.
Outside, 2-1.
But the key for Hoffman, like so many closers, throwing strikes and getting ahead in the count, being able to dictate to the hitters what you want them to hit.
Matsui's gapper to right center has him at second with nobody out. Tulowitzki fouls it off, and it's 2-2.
It's a good fastball right there. It's the best one he's thrown, 88. Needed a strike. Tried to get on top of that one and get it in on Tulowitzki's hands and was successful. And again, you go to a 2-2 count. Now Tulowitzki's approach has to change because he's got to guard the plate a little bit.
Down the first baseline, a foul ball, and not by much.
Good approach there, and he just missed extra bases. Looking for something out over the plate and away, guarding the outside corner. And this wasn't foul once, Ed Montague, but twice by Jim Wolf. Both of them got it right.
Bouncing in, knocked down by Barrett, and it's a full count.
Didn't expect it to go easy in the ninth, did you, after the way these two teams have gone at it tonight?
Not the way the Rockies won some of the games they did, winning 13 out of 14 down the stretch and having to do it just like this on some occasions. Little this never out of it type attitude that they have had. Tulowitzki towards the gap in left center field. That's going to get down. Matsui scores easily. Tulowitzki to second, and he is just in safely.
We've seen some tremendous at-bats tonight from different people. This was a heck of an at-bat by a rookie who's fighting for the Rookie of the Year award. He got that mistake up and in and didn't miss it, got on top of it. And now he represents the tying run at second base. Check out that dugout. Everybody up on the rail.
Holliday tried to win a batting title. Came in hitting at .340. It has been a 1-for-5 night. To right field. Giles headed back. Giles at the track. He jumps and is unable to make the catch. Around from second base comes Tulowitzki. He will tie the score at 8 as to third goes Holliday with a triple that has tied the game at 8 in the 13th.
That's going to make him feel a little better. Fastball out of the reach of Brian Giles, who did everything he could to try to make this catch. He just wasn't tall enough. Off Trevor Hoffman. Another blown save, his second in the last 3 games for the Padres.
The winning run 90 feet away, and Holliday, with nobody out, they will intentionally walk Todd Helton.
That hit clinched the batting title. that RBI gives him the RBI lead for the year for the National League. Matt Holliday. What was such an excited Padres dugout and really an exhausted dugout from all their travels. All of a sudden, it's very still over there.
It'll be Jamie Carroll who'll be coming up after Helt makes his way down to first base. Oh, and a turn of events here tonight at Coors Field in Colorado. As the Rockies down 8-6. Tie the game up 8-8. And they can punch their ticket to the postseason. The potential winning run 90 feet away and nobody out. And it's Bud Black who heads to the mound.
What it boils down to tonight in this inning for Trevor Hoffman, some pitches up. Made a mistake up to Matsui to get this inning started on a 3-2 pitch to Tulowitzki. What looked like a fastball up that he hammered into left center. And then a good swing by Holliday, not trying to do too much with a pitch, went the other way.
Bud Black trying to set up his defense before he heads back to the dugout. Brings the outfielders right in as far as they can get.
And Clint Hurdle's not a guy that squeezes a lot, but you got a perfect guy at the plate to do it. Jamie Carroll's a good bunter. Clint Hurdle's squeezed like twice in his 6 years that he's managed for the Colorado Rockies.
Wouldn't that be a way to get to the postseason? Jamie Carroll, the batter. To right field. Giles is there to make the catch. Tagging is Holliday. The throw to the plate. He is safe. The Colorado Rockies are the National League wild card winners.
Holliday's hurt. I don't know what happened on the slide at home plate with Michael Barrett, but he's bleeding. Ball might have hit him in the mouth, but while that's going on, the rest of the team's going crazy.
In 40 minutes, 13 innings, worth every second for the Colorado Rockies. Conducting one of the great stretch runs of all time to get to this opportunity in this one-game playoff and taking it to the next level.
Holliday's on his feet. That turned out to be a close play, and at first Tim McClellan didn't give a safe sign. And I thought maybe Holliday missed the plate. Michael Barrett was trying to get back to make the tag, and then McClellan called him safe. Jamie Carroll with the fly ball. Holliday comes in head first.
I'm sure he ever got the plate.
I don't know that he did either. Barrett looked like he blocked him off the plate. Oh, he got face first in the dirt. That's what happened. Let's take a look and see if Holliday got the plate, Don. It looked like Barrett stuck his foot out there on his bare hand right there, and the hand never got home plate.
Well, it looked like when he went back to get it, he could tag him out. McClellan did not make the sign right away.
No, he didn't. He still hasn't. See right here, he waited. Finally, he said safe, but not until after Barrett got the baseball. Usually when that play occurs, the umpire makes an instant call so everybody knows. But when he hesitated, that gave Barrett a chance to go get the ball, thinking he had a chance and had blocked him off the plate.
Absolutely correct. No sign till very late. None.
I don't know why the hesitation, but there definitely was one. And the Rockies have won 14 of their last 15 games to get to the postseason.
Little extra effort to get it done tonight. Let's set it down to Craig Sager, field level. Craig.
Well, Jay McCarroll came into the game as a pinch runner, then stayed at third for defensive purposes. You never know who the hero is going to be. You guys fell behind by 2 runs. Talk about your at-bat.
You know, I don't know. I saw him bring him in. I was just trying to get a ball up in his zone. Had a guy at third, Matty. We did a great job of getting on. I just trying to put the ball in play. So I'm just thankful that Matty ran his butt off to get down to home. And I know one thing. My mom's up in heaven. I guarantee she was knocking on God's arm, telling him, let this happen for us. I can do nothing but thank God for this opportunity. I'm so happy that we get a chance to go on. I'm happy for the city. And I want to go celebrate if you don't mind.
Well, I know, but one of the guys that you had to celebrate with got injured on the play coming to play. Holliday.
What? I don't even know what happened. I was going crazy. Tell him what happened.
Well, he came in home plate, apparently got a collision with Michael Barrett. He was attended to. He's gone back in, but hopefully he'll be all right. And you can celebrate with him.
You know, for us, we know he's been our MVP, so we need a guy like that going into this postseason. And he's been huge for us. Came up huge to that big last hit. And let's hope he's okay.
Now, he's been the MVP all year, but you're the hero tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's you, Don.
All right, Craig, thank you so much. What a season it has been for Clint Hurdle and these Colorado Rockies, who will next take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Tonight, Chevrolet player of the game is Matt Holliday.
He had himself quite a game, including this long triple just out of the reach of Brian Giles, again, who did everything he could. That drove in the tying run. He was 2 for 6, 2 RBIs. The hits give him the batting title. The RBIs give him the RBI title. But it appeared there that he never got home plate. And a very late call from Tim McClellan after Michael Barrett retrieved the baseball to reapply a tag.
In recognition of his outstanding play, Chevy will donate $1,000 to Major League Baseball's youth baseball charity, Chevy, an American Revolution. Let's send it to Ernie Johnson in Atlanta.
All right, thank you very much, Don, and a great look at Todd Helton there, who in his 11th season in the major leagues will be heading to the postseason for the very first time as the Rockies win the National League wild card and advance to take on the Philadelphia Phillies. We welcome you back to our studio in Atlanta, and what a long night. You know, we thought there was a possibility that there could be games on Monday and Tuesday. Turns out there was one game on Monday that went into Tuesday Eastern time, and the Rockies in 13 innings win it 9-8. This was incredible stuff, Cal.
It was an unbelievable game. I mean, the Rockies certainly proved that they were the team of destiny, so to speak. They got hot all the way up the end. They were real sad in the dugouts, and then all of a sudden the place came alive and went right through the meat of their order. The guys that have been doing it all year stepped up again.
And if you're scoring at home, folks, that makes 14 of their last 15. What a tear the Rockies went on. Nobody was even thinking about them for the wild card with 2 or 3 weeks to go, and all of a sudden they make their move, and then they're dancing around at Coors Field, as you see here on TBS. And then they get ready to go to Philadelphia and play an afternoon game on Wednesday, the first one you'll see in the postseason here on TBS. And so here's the way this thing unfolded. After the Padres had taken the lead in the top half of the 13th, they're up by 2. They cut the gap to 1, and then Matt Holliday off the wall and right out of the reach of Giles. And so Tulowitzki scores, Holliday standing on third, representing the winning run. And this was a curious way for this game to end, because we've seen this kind of stuff before, Cal, when an umpire hesitates to make a call.
Brian Giles made a nice throw. Michael Barrett blocked the plate there at the last minute.
And when you see Tim McClellan not make a safe sign right away, you think, well, if Barrett retrieves this and tags him, he's going to be called out. But then kind of a nonchalant safe call, and then bedlam ensues. Let's take another look.
Normally when that happens, you're waiting for them to wait. He's saying, look, he didn't get to the base. I can't call him safe yet because he didn't hit to the base. And then the ball comes out and Michael goes to get it to make the tag. It doesn't look like he got the base right there.
And take another look at Holliday. I mean, foam the runway. Look at this.
I can only thank Dad. Dad used to say that never come in head first, come in feet first and slide late.
You know, Matt Holliday would agree. Let's go back to Coors Field. Craig Sager's got the Rockies manager, Clint Hurdle.
Well, thank you very much. With me, manager Clint Hurdle. Obviously, you want to take part in the celebration, but I told you your grandmother, 95 years old, Lucille's watching, and she wants to hear what you had to say about this game.
And that's the only reason I'm still here, to say hi to Grandma. Oh, incredible. I mean, it's been an incredible ride from game 1 to game 163, and this is just a snapshot of what we've been through.
Well, Joe Simpson mentioned what a great game it is, how much fun it is, except for the fans, the people in the dugouts, how excruciating it can be, pacing back and forth. When you fell behind by 2 in the 13th, what were your thoughts?
All we kept saying is hold them at 2, hold them at 2. Nobody gets Hoffman very often. We've got him in the past a long, long time ago, but our guys have always showed up ready. They weren't ready to close the book, and the book's still open.
What about Matt Holliday scoring the winning run? You went out there, he had to be carried off the field. We weren't allowed to talk to him. He's a little drowsy. How is he going to be?
Well, time will tell. He scored the winning run. He's got some time to recover. We got a day off tomorrow before we play, so unless there's something, a lot more serious than we know right now, he'll be hitting third and playing left field.
Talk a little bit about wild card teams, how they have the momentum. We've seen it in the past. You've won 13 or 14 going into tonight. How has this team done it? How have you gotten so hot at the right time?
They've just been unselfish. They've relied on everybody. Everybody's turned to everybody else. It's been no one guy, although we've had some great individual performances. It's just been a total team effort. You hear it. I've always wanted to say this at the end of the season. It took all of us to get here, and we've been through a lot together, and that's the way it is.
A lot of people thought you'd be playing the New York Mets, a team you spent a lot of time with. Instead, it's the Phillies. Your thoughts on Philadelphia?
Well, they're a good ball club. We just got done with them within this last month, and they bring a lot of power. They've got enough pitching to win ball games. There's no doubt about that. They've got a core group of good players. A lot of common fabric between their club and our club.
By the way, you have a call from Big Rapids, Michigan. It's Lucille. You're 95
Lucille, we're going to talk to Grandma. We're going to talk to Grandma. Thanks, Craig.
All right, thanks a lot. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Segs. Clint Hurdle cannot hide his excitement. How about Jamie Carroll earlier, too? A guy who knocks in the winning run and says, can we end this? I'd really like to go celebrate here. Not often a guy finds himself in that position and then just wants to join his teammates. But what a dramatic finish.
I wanted to ask Clint, is he going to call a practice tomorrow? Because trying to keep the momentum going. Or the other side of it is, have they used up all their momentum and they're going to crash tomorrow and hopefully be ready for Wednesday's game?
I mean, I tell you what, the way they have finished this season is absolutely amazing, winning 14 out of 15, and now they try to keep it going in the postseason. They're going to be in Philadelphia for the first game on TBS at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. That follows TBS MLB On Deck, presented by Chevrolet. After the Rockies and the Phillies, it's the Angels and the Red Sox. Then it's the Cubs and the Diamondbacks, and then it's Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan. All of that coming your way on Wednesday. And on Thursday, basically the same routine, but that middle game is the Yankees-Indians. Game 1 of that series as the Red Sox and Angels take that day off. As always, Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan, is the way we wrap up the day after those triple headers on Wednesday and Thursday. The dramatic finish tonight at Coors Field. Matt Holliday wins the batting title and scores the winning run in what was a unique way to finish this one. And the call, safe.